A no commentary version of this video can be found in the pinned comment in the comment section below. This video is intended as a game walkthrough. This is not a speedrun. All strategies in this video were made for consistency and success rate. Please watch the video to the end before trying any of these strategies for yourself. Hello everyone, this is a kill all playthrough of Resident Evil 1
Resident Evil
Remake, aka known as Resident Evil HD Remaster. I am playing as Jill. First scenario. And this is a kill all run, and I take no deaths and pretty much get all files. A no commentary version of this video can be found in the pinned comment, by the way, in the comment section below.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone, situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo Team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris!
Bravo Team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare.
Hi, sisters!
Hey! Brad! Where the hell's he going?
Chris, this way. Damn it! Make for that mansion!
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain myself. We don't know where Chris is.
What is this place?
Not quite your ordinary house, that's for sure.
Hey, Wesker, where's Chris?
Jill, no. You don't
fine.
What was that?
Chris?
No.
Jill, go and investigate.
I'm going with her. Chris and I go back a long way.
All right. You two go. I'll secure this area.
Stay sharp. A dining room.
That gunfire. I'm counting on you to investigate, Jill.
Sure thing, Wesker.
Got cold feet already? That's not like you. I think you'd better take a look at this.
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Let's just hope it's not Chris's.
We're not going out into the main hall, in case you're wondering.
Who is it?
You! Freeze! Get away from him, Jill! He's insane! What the hell?
We better report this to Wesker.
Wesker! Jill, help me look for him. But let's not leave this hall.
Good idea. Barry.
Any luck, Jill?
No, nothing. What's going on around here? I can't figure it out.
Same here.
Chris, and now Wesker.
There's not much we can do. We can search for him separately. I'll investigate the dining room again.
Okay, then. I'll try the door on the other side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could easily get lost. Let's start from the first floor.
Okay.
Oh! I almost forgot. It's a lockpick. You'd make better use of it.
Thanks. I may need it.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. Got it?
Okay.
So first things first, once cutscene here is over, we're gonna just hit all the way back where Barry went in order to go trigger the other couple enemies. Also, I would like to apologize. I did said at some point or another during the beginning of this video that I do kill all enemies, but I do get all the files. I do get all the files, sort of, I guess. Actually, no, I did not get all the files. Never mind, actually, because I don't actually remember getting every single file in this playthrough. So I actually apologize for that. So, had to save the commentary before a bad disclaimer. Alright, but anyhow, there's a videotape off of Kenneth's body. We're just gonna pick that up. And there's some handgun bullets and health in here we can pick up. So, the zombie right behind us, he is actually just a dead corpse, kinda actually, because he's not gonna come back as a zombie at all. Or even a Crimson Head, because he's actually gonna get eaten by crows alive. He's just gonna get eaten by crows, so... Because he's gonna get eaten by crows, we really don't actually have to come back here and worry about him. Coming over here, first zombie. This guy sometimes is in work, but the best optional thing to deal with this guy and to get rid of him is pretty much to stand your ground in order to avoid him from grabbing you. Just stay far away as you can and hope that you can down him as fast as you can before he actually catches up. Also, don't do it as I did right here. Best recommended thing right there is to pretty much just, for that zombie, just, grab the, bullets and back off. Had to knife that guy to check if he's dead or not, but the best way to tell if a zombie is dead in Resident Evil Remake, same thing goes for all the other Resident Evil classics, is just to check if the zombie has blood pools popping out of their corpse. Really what I like to notice when it comes to Resident Evil Remake and enemies in this game, because it's probably like the only Resident Evil game that actually has this great audio attachment, is that what I notice is that whenever a zombie makes a sound by saying or you sound when they're dying, they're basically completely dead. So coming over here, we're gonna grab that dagger and then go all the way over here. So the differences towards Resident Evil 1 and Remake is that you get in Remake, comparing it to the original game, things are almost the exact same, but however, you get defense items, and so if you get grabbed from the front by a zombie, then you can be able to use a defense item and take no damage. If you get back grabbed, then you can't really use a defense item at all. Zombies are twice as stronger than they are in the original game, from the long box version, American version. And they're pretty aggressive, so you pretty much don't want to think that they're just going to be, oh, I'm just going to wander in your path and fuck up my collision upon taking you out. Kind of actually, it's like, it's not like how they used to react in the original game, where they just acted really brain dead, pretty much, and they would just wander into your hitbox while you're trying to decapitate them. And in Remake, you get to play with the alternate controls. In the GameCube version, you don't get alternate controls, but in Remake, you get the alternate controls that are more easy to use instead of standard tank controls. Tank controls, personal opinion, tank controls are actually not really my favorite things to play with. But however, it's actually better that we get old controls, because it makes things a lot consistent. And there's auto aim in Remake. The only time you can't play with auto aim is when you're playing on Real Survivor mode or Invisible Enemy mode, which are, by the way, the bread and butter fun things of the game. So for zombies, when it comes to knifing them, zombies are sort of easy to knife on the steps than they are in the original place. I knife them on the steps because they throw up, as you can see right here on the steps. And with a knife, it causes more damage if you knife them in their head. So head slashes actually work very consistently with zombies here. But because of these guys, of course, they're just being a little bit of assholes, so we gotta kind of actually balance them out a little bit in order to consistently take them out. And another thing about the knife in Remake is that the knife in Remake, comparing it to other Resident Evil game knives, is zombies basically go down immediately when you knife them. So basically, if you knife a zombie, your final attack, like if you kill a zombie, if you're trying to kill a zombie, like let's say you're using a handgun and you decide to finish the zombie off with a knife, if your final attack is with a knife, then the zombie will die. Also, past chain right here was playing it very risky. I recommend not doing as I did right here. I could have seriously gotten grabbed. But as you can see, that guy has blood pool on the ground, so he's not going to be in landmine mode. So, therefore, the fake out there is that you don't have to worry about that guy no more. So, also another thing in Remake is that we have to deal with Crimson Heads. Crimson Heads is what people think might not notice on what are the Crimson Heads. It's basically, obviously, you can imagine, is when a zombie comes back as a Crimson Head. as a demon, but as a enemy that respawns, basically. They're just this lightning hawk demon that is in full rage mode, pissed off as ever. I guess it was a mechanic that was inspired by Silent Hill a little bit, sort of, when it comes to Crimson Heads. Because in, like, Silent Hill, enemies respawn in Silent Hill sometimes, and they'll just come back pissed off as ever, basically. I think that's what, I guess, what Capcom came up with remake. Also, the vomit on zombies are pretty wide, so keep that in mind. So when you see this guy's arms waving out, that means he's basically back into grab you mode, so you gotta stay away from him at that point. Trying to get him to not throw up on me, but of course I didn't move path and pass him in time. I bumped into his glitch box. The throw up in this game, when zombies throw up, is very, very wide and very ridiculously annoying. So basically, knifing zombies saves us a lot of ammo. Thankfully. Sort of, but thankfully. So there's some shotgun shells here. I really should have just picked these up. Like, not at all, really. I should have just came back and picked these up later. But because out of force, out of habit, I always pick them up after killing these guys here. So we're gonna go down here and we're gonna grab the Book of Fear. Or should I say Evil of Fear? I think that's what the book is called. I kinda actually forgot. Also, in case you are wondering, by the way, when I come back through here, these guys are not gonna come back as Crimson Heads. So the main reason why these guys normally despawn is because they're naked zombies. There's only a couple of exceptions to Crimson Head zombies. In zombies that are outside, sort of don't come back as Crimson Heads, and zombies in the mansion. Like if there's a zombie that is naked, their character model is not able to come back as Crimson Head, probably because the developers were lazy about that, or they just did not want to imagine what a naked Crimson Head would look like. But, however, the fake out there is not too easy to predict. But anyhow, so the sort of first file in the whole entire game right here is kind of actually here, and the Book of Curse. That's what it was called. So we're gonna come here first. Barry doesn't get triggered by the cutscene here, so we don't actually have to worry so much, basically, about Barry popping up on us. Also, I had to check, basically. I noticed that the sound indicate that that guy was dead, basically, when he makes a sound, but we don't actually have to. I actually didn't want to take my chances and waste ammo, because if you reset the room, then the zombie's HP will go back to normal. And we don't want it to go back to normal at all. That's too much ammo being wasted. I could have used a defense item there, but because of the fact that I do not like dealing with ridiculous, stupid RNG encounters with zombies sometimes, it's kind of worth it to just keep that defense item on you and not waste it on that guy and lure him to... Oh, wait! Who's this? I wonder who it is. Alright, so first things first. For the zombie here, we're going to, kind of actually nerf his AI, kind of glitch his AI out a little bit around the tables. There's a trick here where the zombie will get caught up on the table randomly. But because he's pivoting, as you can see there, it kind of actually worked, but sort of did not work as I wanted it to go towards, basically. Because he didn't get stuck there, but there's a way the zombie will get stuck on the table, basically. Yep, like that. But it wasn't in the right position, and because it wasn't in the right position, that means he kind of actually almost... Oh god, I almost got grabbed here. These carry angles are a bitch and a half, but, however, they're supposed to get stuck. He didn't get stuck. Sometimes you could only go for like 2 slashes when he gets stuck around the table. That's about it. But if you get stuck, then a 3rd slash is like not really worth it to go for at that point there. It's just depending on which way frame works and camera angles. So the way he's moving right here, it's probably gonna be his hitbox opening up, or it's not gonna open up at all. And that's how you kill that zombie right there. We will not have to see him until the end, until the beginning of Mansion 2, sort of, when we get done dealing with the hunters. Hopefully we get ready to see this guy at the end of Mansion 1, because I kind of actually don't feel like burning him, but the Crimson Head mechanics are kind of different, kind of randomized, I guess, sort of, from what I remember. But all I have to say is that a Crimson Head's not going to come back randomly on you if you're just, like, in a room. Like, if you're in a room, basically, and you're just in a room with the Crimson Head, he's not going to just randomly get up out of nowhere, basically, if you wait there for too long. It's like, depending on how many times, I guess, you reset the room, or if you do too many event triggers, then that zombie's going to come back as a Crimson Head. That's normally what causes it, really, truthfully. 15 minutes or 30 minutes or so is normally the event triggers, but sometimes the zombie will come back as a Crimson Head at the end of the game. Also, this audio is kind of unforgivably loud. Let me turn that down, actually. But anyhow, we're gonna pick up that map right there. All that time there was a map in there, but there is a dagger right over here we can go ahead and pick up. Just going ahead and give this zombie the dagger once we go all the way over there. Then we're gonna climb back up here. Basically, I actually should have just pushed this anyway before this kind of actually got out of control, sort of, because that was sort of risky. But this guy sort of got stuck there, so here's what's gonna go. We're gonna kind of back up a little bit, but not get too close, because randomly sometimes I know where this guy will grab you, but we gotta get sort of close, and his hitbox will open up for us in order to cheese him. That easy. Because the music despawned, that means that guy is completely dead. But yeah, all this time, in that hole right there, there was actually just a simple map, pretty much. Instead of it having, I don't know, some extra goodies, some complete things to lore about that. There's not really any lore towards that room, unfortunately. So there is some handgun bullets and there's a dagger in this area we can pick up. We are going to go on ahead and pick that up. We are not coming back to this area ever again until the end of Mansion 1. Sort of. We need to get the assault shotgun. The original Mansion shotgun is worth using. I mean, the original Mansion shotgun is... it's sort of okay, but it doesn't cause enough hit stun on the dogs. Jumping through that window. Sort of spoiler alert. My bad. So because we managed to keep these two health mix-ups up to this point, we're actually going to leave the red herb and that green hill right there for right now, and we're going to take the chemical with us basically, and we'll not visit this area ever again until the end of Mansion 1. You gotta make sure you grab the chemical. Always make sure you grab the chemical. If you do not, then you're fucked. Because I am not fighting using a handgun on those dogs. It is not worth it. And we're gonna come up here and pull the drain of this water here in the bathtub, and we're gonna look at Jill's wonderful reflection here. Or not. There's only a dagger in this room here. Because Jill crushes that zombie's head, that zombie does not come back as the Crimson Head. Thankfully. But for Chris, he does come back as a Crimson Head, but he follows you to Peroom, so that means that, either way, he is gonna despawn, but still, it's, kind of a pain in the ass to deal with that guy. Also, because we didn't trigger any Barry cutscenes up to this point, we're gonna do the thing. You know what I'm talking about. The thing. What Barry says. You know what.
Oh god, what did I do now?
Wesker! Barry! Help!
Jill! You in there?
Barry? Get me out of here!
The door's jammed!
Stand back! Grab my hand!
Barry.
That was a close one. A second late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich.
Really? Thanks. But Barry, didn't you say you were going back to the dining room to find other clues? I'm glad and all, but why are you here?
I just had something I wanted to check. Anyway, we should get back to searching for Wesker and Chris.
Thanks, Barry. I owe you one.
Don't mention it.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? So yeah, Joe gets the shotgun for free. So coming up over here, we're going to go ahead and get rid of this guy, but upon getting rid of him, he's gonna be a little tough to get rid of because he does like to lunge at that corner a lot, so we gotta get a little bit lucky on taking him out, because he sort of is a pain in the ass. A massacre pain in the ass sometimes, because randomly at some point he can just like randomly like out of nowhere just do random things to get you around the corner, so we gotta be a little aware about that. And this guy, of course, he spins around immediately around the camera frame, so because he does that, I kind of actually have to be a little bit aware. And because, you know, like I said, zombies don't throw up on stairs. I mean, zombies do throw up on stairs. We kind of actually have to get around that guy while he's on the stairs, but the vomit hit detection is very, very wide. So, yeah, you kind of actually have to hope that he does not be a dick. Either way, it's like you're not gonna actually get around him consistently without him being a dick. You gotta find a good error space in order to dodge around that guy. Because no matter what you do, no matter what, he's just gonna be a jerk. Also, the first shotgun blast from the shotgun you get from Barry, well, the shotgun you get for that I got a shotgun room, is the first decap you will ever get from the shotgun, sort of. So, if you use it the first time on a zombie, it will decapitate the zombie 100%ly. like, it would always decapitate the zombie, because, like, reasons why is because it's like, I guess it's because the developers realize that, you know, for the interest of fun, it'll be better to let the player to decapitate the enemy for the first time, and making it not decapitatable. So makes quite sense. So because this guy is the one we want to have aggroed on towards us, besides the other guy, because the other guy is sometimes a jerk. So he's just gonna... We gotta find, like, a land space. In order for that guy to open up the distance, in order to pass around that guy. But we gotta pay attention to the audio around this. Because the other guy has to not be aggroed randomly, because randomly he will aggro out of nowhere. Oh man, I almost got grabbed there. That was super clinch luck. Sometimes hitbox will activate right here, depending on how fast it goes. Just gotta pivot at some point right here. Okay, he didn't. I'm trying to see if I can get these guys to group up together, because with the cream lighter, you can actually burn these guys one by one. Trying to aim upwards. Taking him out. He didn't group up, but doesn't really matter though overall, because these guys are... Because they're not really gonna be a problem anyway, basically, because we're still gonna... We're still gonna burn them overall. That guy's easy to dodge around. You just gotta hug that wall right there. Sometimes randomly out of nowhere he'll just be a dick sometimes, depending on if he decides to lunge upwards. Like if he moves a different frame randomly, because he does have a high chance of just removing a different frame sometimes, so if he does that, then he actually possibly will decapitate you, actually, randomly. Also, I'm trying to keep track on how many files I was on up to this point, for the express purpose that I was sort of nervous a little bit about this, because I wasn't really looking at a list, sort of, when I was going through this, because I was just actually looking at I was actually just basically paying attention to the game, really, truthfully. I wasn't really looking at any lists of files I need to get next. Really, when I went through this whole run, I didn't really route it out. I actually just looked through, like, remember which areas I had files at, and I just possibly grabbed them, pretty much. But we need that lighter, by the way, so... Because Jill has to use the lighter in order to burn some zombies, basically. She gets the lighter for an inventory slot. Chris gets the lighter for a non-inventory slot for free. So if a zombie's corpse is rooted up together towards the next zombie, then there's a chance. There's a possibility chance that they will actually, they would actually basically, not aggro. So upon trying to grab these guys, taking out that one guy, of course one of them decided to be a dick. I was trying to take out those guys in that particular way, but one of them did not cooperate. Of course, I was trying to take out that one guy, but he was being a nasty jerk, and I was afraid that I was gonna get back grabbed immediately right there. But thank God I had a defense item, and thank God that thank God that I did not get grabbed there. But however, overall though, the fake out there for that moment is that I recommend just redoing that dodge I did from earlier, basically. specifically just to avoid another RNG sequence right there, because if you're far away, the other guy's easy to take out basically, because then you get the audio, because then the audio aim connects in a bad frame, so we kind of actually don't want that to happen. So next up, we're going to we're gonna go back to the item box and free up some inventory space again. For the second time's a charm, but it doesn't really matter. But we're gonna go ahead and just put away the knife and take the ink ribbon, I guess. But we're gonna leave these zombies around for right now, basically. But we just gotta leave like one inventory slot open, basically, just for the fact that we need to get some asset shells from Barry in this next cutscene. This is cutscene number 2 with Barry that we can trigger. That we want to trigger here.
Barry.
Jill, got any good news?
Other than I'm still alive in this madhouse? No.
Can't say it's much safer here either. We'd better secure our escape route first. There's gotta be a back door somewhere.
Alright then, let's split up again.
Hey, hold on a sec. Look what I've found.
What?
A can of fizz. It's sure to yellow and mellow those things. It's yours. Hopefully you won't have to use it.
What about you?
Oh, don't worry. I like the buddy system we have here.
I see. Thanks, I'll take it.
See you later.
Ciao.
In Resident Evil Remake, aka Resident Evil HD Remaster, there's a lot of things to explain, but you get free auto-aim, in case you're wondering. In the original game, you did not have free auto-aim. So auto-aim is pretty much available once again. Oh wait, I actually did set that already. Never mind. Just trying to make sure I mentioned that. But however, in order to, for the jerry can, basically, how I handle things out with Crimson Heads, it's kind of complicated, but I normally when it comes to Crimson Heads, I kill the enemies that are gonna despawn. I burn the enemies that are despawned, besides burning the enemies that are not gonna despawn. So that's actually how I handle things out right there in order to save Cream Fuel it. And save the jerry can for later. Also, yeah, I mean, I'm using the jerry can in this kill all run because I do know there's an actual route where you don't actually need to use it, but it takes way too long for zombies to come back to Crimson Head, so I want to get that out of the way. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna aim right here a little bit. So for this dog to pop up around the corner, and when he pops up, that's basically when we go ahead and go for the shot on the ground. We aim downwards in order to take out the dog. By aiming downwards, the dog will basically just take full hit stun. But that dog around the corner will not randomly jump on top of us at that last moment. There is a sequence where he can, but don't really worry about it because he'll just if you have a defense item, you can just use it at him, and you won't have to worry about taking any damage from that. And also, he won't really actually kill you as long as you match out of it quickly enough. Because that is the instant kill, but it doesn't really matter because you can actually get away from that pretty easily. So because we used that mansion key a whole lot, so the first mansion key we used it a whole lot. So because we did use it a whole lot, that means that key is now out of our inventory, thankfully. And we can grab some more cream fluid. We're going to pick up the ink ribbon out of there. There's the shotgun right there, but we don't actually need that because that's now useless and irrelevant for us. That's just a curse thing to mention. But those 6 ink ribbons, I think I did this in like about 2 saves, I guess. The first segment is gonna start once we go through this room here, which is the save room. Also, yes, I did this with saves. So the next file is pretty much right around here. If I can at least just try to grab it. Actually, never mind. Because you only can read that file as Chris, never mind. You can actually only read that file only just as Chris. So never mind. Forget what I said. So just go ahead and save your game right here. This is the next segment. Stop being here. So, yeah. I did this with saves. Reason why I did this with saves is because it is way too ridiculously difficult to fucking fight some of the enemies in this game without ult controls, but it's just as a pain in the ass. Specifically hunters. So I honestly opted to go for this actually instead. So in the audio box, we're going to drop the acid shells, since we can finally drop those. And we're going to drop the cream fluid, take the lighter with us. We'll take some shotgun shells in case we need some. I'm not actually sure if we actually did need those shotgun shells, actually. I kinda actually should have just not used them. Honestly. And we're also gonna take the knife. Then this guy, we're gonna wait for him to get on the stairs, basically right about here, basically, and go on ahead and do the exact same trick we do with all the other zombies. Somehow that guy hit detection, connect. So the enemies that despawn, in case I didn't mention how is that even possible? The enemies in Resident Evil Remake, there's a lot of instances where event flags will pop by and enemies will just randomly despawn. So the enemies that despawn is Crimson Heads as well too, zombies, pretty much dogs and etc. A lot of things that despawn. But this happens towards the route. It's normally gonna happen because of the replacement of zombies to hunters. Hunters, pretty much. So, pretty much at that point right there, we have to get rid of basically all the zombies that we know are a complete problem. And we know that are gonna despawn along the way. Especially that guy on the ground, but he's actually completely dead. There's no point of actually intimidating to just go on ahead and take him out, because he's actually not even worth our ammo economy. Well, our cream fluid economy to get rid of him, because he actually does not come back at all. He's actually just there for props, really. Rather, I guess, there for just being a prop, I guess, towards the AI of this game. So enemies that despawn, like I said, I just despawn them, basically. I mean, I just kill them permanently with burning them, pretty much, instead of letting them despawn. The enemies that don't respawn, I don't use the cream fluid on them. So that's just definitely, that's definitely worth keeping in mind, basically, for following this walkthrough for purposes. So I'm just going on ahead and using that to get that out of my way pretty much right about now. Just get that over with, but we're gonna go this way basically. So that guy on the ground, because he never comes back, there's absolutely no point of attacking him. Well, not attacking him because he doesn't get up at all, but there's actually, he just doesn't get up at all, so there's absolutely no point of actually trying to burn him, really. You could if you want, but that's just a waste of cream. So the first Crimson Head we see in the run, don't even worry about him because he's actually pretty easy to just pretty easy to just avoid pretty much altogether. So for like evidence that the trolls right there, as you can see, are pretty much got done feasting on that zombie's corpse. Nowhere to be seen from the zombies, so of course what is rather worth doing is just basically not even worrying about it at all, because we're not gonna kill those birds yet, actually, quite just yet. I kill birds, by the way, at the end of... sort of at the end of the whole mansion route, really. Like, no, I'm dead serious. I actually just come back and kill all the crows later. I save literally all the crows for last. And then come back and kill them later. So before I like go to the lab, that's basically when I kill all the crows. Here goes Forrest. That was eaten alive by crows. We could pick up his locker launcher, bring that with us, but upon going over here, we're going to equip the locker launcher because Forrest is alive, and he's ready to fuck you over and suck your blood. Well, eat your brains, rather. Anywho, equip the locker launcher, wait for him to get close, blast the grenade, and normally you'll kill Forrest in one shot, but sometimes there is a current encounter where it'll probably take like about another grenade. So therefore, if it takes another grenade, just use a shotgun shell. Just pop off a shotgun shell and just go for it and walk away. Really, what did you thought we were going to be doing with Forrest once we pick up the locker launcher? So enemies like these guys right here do not have to be worried about them coming back as Crimson Head. Because these are the only areas where hunters do not populate in Mansion 2. Right now I'm in the middle of, I'm pretty much very busy during this whole month, basically. I've been like very busy, honestly, overall, so I haven't had enough time to record or edit videos. So here I am trying to record a lot of commentary as fast as I can because I really pretty much fucked up on a lot of things this past 3 weeks. Not putting up enough content and personal reasons. 2 personal reasons. So I kind of actually apologize for that, guys. But because, I'll explain more in a minute.
Richard! What happened? You're wounded.
This whole place is a killing zone. There are monsters.
What did this to you?
A big snake. And it had to be poisonous.
Poisonous? Richard, hold on.
Bring me serum. I saw some, but didn't bring any.
I'll go and get it, okay? You're gonna make it.
Thanks.
You know, I do wonder, any percent, what if you don't go get, like, what happens if you, like, just decide to basically let Richard die as Jill and go grab the other puzzle keys in that room? Because I have not actually seen that yet in any percent. I actually kind of fucked up here. I was actually supposed to go this way, actually, but, however, it takes like 4 minutes to save Richard, basically. I'm making a couple, 2 minor changes right here, by the way. So I'm going to grab the, serum, and then going all the way back to Richard, basically. But before I do that, I'm actually going to solve this quick puzzle real quick and free up some inventory space. I'm using some Chris strategies right here, just for the express purpose is that I'm gonna have a lot of guns in my inventory at the end of Dimension 1, so I kinda actually want to go for this. It is very requisite that you do the exact same thing also. But yeah, I've been pretty busy this past 3 weeks, so thought recording a kill all run would be pretty much worth it for you guys, in the interest of me not posting so much. Also, that zombie came back as a Crimson Head. Don't really worry about him, because we're just gonna go around, basically. Actually, I could have just taken him out anyway, right off the bat, the second I saw him. That would have actually been a better idea, actually, really, truthfully. I should have just killed him. Wax him, just fuck him, get rid of him, honestly. Instead of him just wasting our time. So we're going to pick up the chemical and pick up the, not pick up those shotgun shells. We're gonna pick up the chemical and put away the, just going ahead and put away the locker launcher and then use the, serum pretty much. We have, like, literally, like, 4 minutes to just go on ahead and save Richard, pretty much. If we do not save Richard in time, then he will die. It sort of does matter, because you get the assault shotgun from Richard as Jill as well, too. So, because you get the assault shotgun, it's actually very important that you actually go on ahead and go get the serum for Richard and save him. Honestly. It is absolutely, pretty much worth it, because once you get the assault shotgun, that means you, get to save a lot of ammo, and get a better gun that has more firepower and causes more damage from the original gun, and has a higher chance out of 10 than higher chance to decapitate enemies. Excuse me, I meant to say has an 8 out of 10 chance of decapitating zombies, besides the 6 out of 10.
Here, Richard. I'm gonna give you a shot. Hang in there.
Jill, here's my radio. Take it. I'm... Does it ever not hurt?
Yeah, I'd recommend just sitting on the stairs, waiting for him to throw up. There's some handgun bullets up in here. Just go ahead and pick up those clips, and we're gonna clip the handgun and pick up the, we're gonna clip the, we're gonna use the lighter here. And the zombie, we're gonna kinda actually wait, sometimes. Oh wait, never mind. He actually, decided to cooperate and then ran towards the other side of the table. Sometimes your shots will not connect through table sides. I managed to somehow actually... Funny thing, I actually decapitated that zombie's legs. That's something I never actually seen before in this game. I've never seen limbs gotten decapitated, but yeah, you can see right there from auto aim that zombie, sometimes shots won't really connect correctly. Just gonna go on ahead and take out all these guys here. I actually got a little too close to that fat one, but decided to sing real quick in here just to sort of make sure that these guys are all dead. When the music fades away, that first guy's dead, but the other guy, you know, the fat one, kind of pay attention. But that's what defense items are for. Also, in case you're wondering what I'm doing basically when it comes to that moving animation. Also, these guys came back as Scrim's heads pretty quickly. Well, one of them. One of them came back as a Crim's head very quickly. Normally, these guys take forever to come back as a Crimson Head, but because he came back as a Crimson Head, that is what the shotgun is for. We are going to go ahead and decapitate one of them. We need the shotgun as a backup strat in case one of the zombies does not cooperate with the handgun. And the handgun, believe it or not, it causes more damage to Crimson Heads. Actually, no, it doesn't. It actually doesn't, but whenever you use the handgun on Crimson Heads, they actually have low HP upon using it on Crimson Heads. Than their original HP value they had. So I had to back up pretty much here. I kind of actually don't really like using handguns so much, even though the Crimson Heads die very quickly with the handgun. Basically, they have low HP when you use the handgun on them. So, like their original HP was very high, but this time their HP is very low with the handgun. So the handgun, well, not the handgun, I meant to say with just any gun, really. So it'll just take like sometimes it'll take like one single shotgun shell to the face, and it's just done for. Sometimes they might nerf the shot, but it doesn't really matter. They really don't really take that much ammo to kill. When it comes to using the chemicals. Using the handgun bullets on them. Yeah, my routing for this segment was pretty bad. But because if I have like too much inventory space full up in my inventory, I normally like to go on ahead and use the chemical right there, because those zombies are not going to come out of that window anyway. Not sure if I've seen them come out of the window anyhow, but overall, though, don't actually have to worry about them too much, because they only aggro and bust through the windows once you grab the once you grab like the death mask, basically. I was trying to say windshield press, basically, but it was actually death mask. Trying to remember a lot of things that I did with my route here. So we can go ahead and get this puzzle right out, all the way out of the way, and grab the musical scores. Really, in general, as long as you have the shotgun, you really don't actually have to worry about crimson heads, really hardly at all. Because the shotgun is just gonna balance you out on taking out those asshole enemies that might get in the way, of course. So it's actually not that ridiculously bad, truthfully. You could just actually, you just gotta actually make sure you have the handgun and the shotgun on you during the first mansion segment. And you have to make sure you have the lighter. But with this, but if you are following along here up to this point, that means for our inventory, the next predicament for our inventory is pretty much we're going to be able to grab the pink key and the death mask at the same time. But after we do that, we're going to actually head all the way back to the save room on the east side, because we actually do need to go save the game, because we have another RNG encounter coming up. And this RNG encounter is pretty much the main reason why I did this with saves. That guy's still not a Crimson Head. Can't believe it. All the other ones came back as a Crimson Head, but he's like the only guy that just does not come back at all. Like, not at all. But we're still heading to the graveyard after this, truthfully. Pretty sure I went to the graveyard. Actually, oh no, actually I forgot to go to the Keeper's Diary room here. So this was the part right here where I did manage to save kill these zombies. Because they will despawn once we come back through here on Mansion 2, thanks to another hunter. So we're just gonna pay attention to the audio, basically as much as we can. Once we hear... we're still hearing critting sounds, just like sounds of zombies, basically. Just, like, making the sound. That means they're basically, taking damage. Without any sign of hearing the audio, that means they're not taking damage. So, therefore, we do not actually, sort of don't have to worry quite so much. So here's the Keeper's Diary file. Itchy. Tasty. Itchy. Tasty. So right about here, I kind of personally prefer to go on ahead and take out the zombies here with the shotgun, but of course things thanks to auto aim, things kind of actually fucked over here. That was mad scary there. I was trying to go on ahead and attempt to. I was trying to attempt to decapitate one of these guys, but of course decap kind of failed. So I kind of actually ended up wasting ammo here. The auto aim connected to the wrong zombie. You almost saw me got back grab right there, but thank God, pump canceling saved my life there a little bit. I would have probably had to go all the way back to the safe room anyway and have to kill myself. That guy grabbed me. If you turn the hour hand left or right, how many times, doesn't really matter. The puzzle will solve itself anyway. It's pretty easy. Solution to this puzzle is literally right there on the wall. You could just basically pick it up. But yeah, we are going to go make a save thanks to Jan. And Jan is pretty much the worst enemy that I definitely recommend going to save for. Pretty much one of the most annoying enemies in the game. It's like, on the first encounter, it's easy to deal with. I mean, it's not easy to deal with, but on the second encounter, Jan is easily just free. That guy's still taking a while to come back to Scrim's head. Not that that matters, because that guy's still gonna stay there for like a while, basically forever, pretty much for the whole game. So there are some flame rounds right there. Actually, really, they're called Cinderay rounds, but they're flame rounds, basically, in this game. But I like to call them Cinderay rounds because it's actually pretty cool to call them a different name than just the original long box name. But so what we're gonna do here is we're actually going to go fill up the cream fluid right here. Then we're going to after that we're actually gonna actually go on ahead and throw away some items in the item box here and go on ahead and make our second save. But I'm actually debating right here, sort of like what did I want to keep right here with the inventory. Okay, so the shotgun shells, even though I didn't really need that, because I'm not really going to be using the shotgun ever again after the next encounters with some zombies. Because I'm going to just be burning a lot of enemies, really. Yeah, that's basically, like, about it, really. So go ahead and make the next segment right here. I did skip a cutscene through this other segment coming up with Jill for the express purpose that Jan is a piece of shit and I got tired of resetting. Because I got so frustrated with Jan here. I honestly really kind of actually did not want to get poisoned by Jan. Jan is really the most horrible, and I mean horrible, enemy in this game, pretty much. I hate him. I hate this enemy so much because of its whack-ass attacks that never seems to cooperate when it comes to dodging, truthfully. You could kill Jan, but I honestly... Some people have said already that Jan does count as a kill, but Jan comes back anyway later. You don't really kill Jan, really. If you fight Jan, that boss with Jan, sort of. It's not really a boss, really. It's just like, oh, hey, just grab the death mask and leave sequence. But really, it's like one of those moments where it's like, with the fake out there, is that the Jan fight is actually not really that serious to go for, because Jan still comes back anyway later. It does not really die when you shoot it or you kill it or attack it. Really, it just does not even die. Really, you don't really do so much towards it. Alright, so first things first, this is going to be very difficult because we need to get the assault shotgun from Richard, right? So we're going to skip this cutscene, hug this side right here, basically. Jan will never hit you, but you got to hug that side, but there is a possibility that Jan will hit you during these right here, this counter. This is the part where Jan would just be a piece of shit, and while you're sitting right here around the counter right here, Jan will just randomly attack you like an asshole. So when its head goes down there, that is actually a little bit better RNG. Richard has to do like about 12 or 7 shots, I guess, from the assault shotgun. Sort of actually here. Oh my god, I almost fucked that up. That was so scary. Jan can move by, depending on which time you decide to move, it tracks you by like the way you move. So it reads your button inputs. When its head is on the ground, its hit detection is very weak. But the hit detection towards Jan is a massive bullshit. So you have to get insanely lucky while dealing with Jan here, because it's super terrible. To avoid getting poison here.
Richard!
Even if you're not getting a assault shotgun, but anyhow. Alright, so anywho, we're gonna hold up a little bit, and... well, kind of actually hold up and try not to go too far from the left, right there, but... kind of actually want to hold up and tilt a little bit left a little bit. And by doing that, sort of, we can get the assault shotgun, because the assault shotgun's pickup box is pretty wide a little bit at that point, but... sometimes randomly out of nowhere you can fuck up on accident. Also, you might notice Jill aims a little fast. She shoots a little faster with the handgun when she's aiming. When Jill basically is aiming downwards, honestly, at zombies, she shoots a little bit faster than the original shot frame. So, that point, we actually don't really need to worry so much while aiming down, but of course, gotta back up, of course, at the last second. So, what did I use those flame rounds on? Kinda actually am not wondering, because I did use it on this one zombie over here in this area. Really, I really should have just saved those other flame rounds for the other zombies on Mansion 2. I mean, on Mansion 1. It's like a second I just got that one of those keys in order to go to like one of the areas where, well, yeah, the key that's in our inventory right now. Once you get that key, you can go back to the save room, and Barry will just basically give those flame rounds out. He actually dropped those flame rounds for you, by the way, in case you were wondering. But flame rounds, yeah. So if you burn zombies or if you blast them with your lock launcher flame rounds, it will despawn a zombie. I mean, it will kill a zombie permanently. If you decapitate a zombie, it will decapitate them permanently. So if you use the shotgun or you use your hand grenade, the 100% the kill from a zombie is the hand grenades. The hand grenades are 100% the definition of decapitation and kill. Also, I kind of went the wrong way here. Whoops. I had way too much items in my inventory. Trying to think of another thing I'm forgetting to explain here, but oh yeah, Jill gets a little bit more guns than Chris does, so we get a lot of better guns, way better guns than Chris does. So it's like one of those big beauty of outbreaks there, where Jill is pretty much the most character that gets better guns than Chris does. And more guns means more ammo, and conceptually right there, that means if you get more ammo, that means you get more supplies. Comes the way, but Jill doesn't really get so much health though, overall, because she gets more ammo, sort of. As far as I'm like aware, she doesn't really get so much health though than Chris does. So I think those are like the only limitations, I think. So the blue jewel right here, we're going to go on ahead and pick that up. Go all the way back here and go on ahead and go grab the go ahead and use the blue jewel right over here. Man, these zombies are still not a Crimson Head? Wow. Shocking. Okay, this guy's a Crimson Head. Good. Please come here. Free. That was so free. So I'm looking for the second zombie, but it seems to me I decapitated him. So because it seems that I decapitated him earlier, I kind of actually don't really remember decapitating one of them. These guys come back as Crimson Heads very quickly, so it's very awareness that they might come back as Crimson Head immediately at some point. So if we use the blue jewel here, excuse me, if we use the blue jewel here, instead of getting like one of the crest faces that you get in the original game, you get some extra shotgun shells right here for your extra trouble. Really, if you are following this walkthrough, I definitely recommend watching it to the end. Specifically as coming from the things, do as I say, not as I do, pretty much. Because you will go through many problems that I go through here. So actually trying to trigger my map commands right here. So I was kind of actually coming up with a line to tell of what zombies that I left alive right here that actually comes back as Crimson Heads. All I'm more likely aware is zombies near the typewriter rooms are the main ones that normally despawns later on Mansion 2. For the express purpose that the developers does not want to deal with, the developers... I think it's just because the developers really wanted the player to kind of actually get, trapped a little bit off of enemies coming back as Crimson Heads randomly. I think that's like sort of the main reason why. Just showing off the file right there from earlier. Also, in case you are wondering why I aim up, not aim, I meant to say, why I move up the stairs that fastly, if some of the questions are probably going to be if that's a glitch, basically, or not. That is actually not really a glitch, well, sort of a glitch, but kind of a bug, where you can actually hold up on your D-pad and match the run button fast as you can. My run button is square for using the D-pad for the tank control movement, but for the old controls, the analog stick is what I use, but not to stairscape. This is not a speedrun, by the way, by doing that, but I'm not saving on compelling gameplay by doing that anyway, so it doesn't really matter. There's the Marvin Crackhorn file right there. You don't actually have to come here very quickly, just like you have to do in the original game in order to beat Barry to the file right there. If you beat Barry to the file right there in the original game, you actually would get the file in its full piece, basically. But if you're playing as Jill, I think that, I guess, in Remake, that file is actually, it's like a reverse surround, sort of, a little bit. So if you go there first, basically, after you get the file, Ben Barry will beat you to the punch. If you go there last, Ben Barry won't beat you to the punch. Pretty complicated and confusing. Alright, so 2002 101 Jill versus a bee. So first things first, we're going to shoot that bee around the corner. And it takes 3 shots to take out that bee. You can just run up to him and crush him if you feel like it. Trying to crush him, but you don't actually need to. Just want to do that just to show off the funness for that right there. Joe versus a bee 101 2002 style of a mayhem wrestling match of Joe versus a bee. Anyhow. So after that, you get the rim crust. This puzzle is sort of brain dead. You don't really have to mention it. Just had to pick up these ink ribbons here. Might need them for extra trouble. Even though I did this in literally like 6 saves, but just for the express purpose, I'm just gonna I just picked them up anyway, just because you never know how many times you're gonna have to save for a kill-all run, especially a no-death run, kill-all run. So in the item box here, we're going to go on ahead and put away the wind crest. And then we are going to, after that, just drop the, yeah, just drop those items and take the shotgun shells with us here. And after the next segment, I might have to turn the brightness down because this is actually sort of hurting my eyes a little bit. Debating if I missed out on anything I needed, but yeah, that's basically about it. Yeah, that's it. So because we have the assault shotgun, just like last time, it takes like you know, simple just decap, basically, because we're using it the first time on a or not. Because I was so worried, though, that the decap kind of failed, I decided to just burn this guy. But, it's kind of actually moving a little bit too wobbly. What was supposed to happen is I was supposed to decapitate him, but I guess with the assault shotgun, decapitating range is with the first shotgun blast does not work. I guess it's only just the mansion shotgun, that's about it. So, kinda actually, like I said, do as I say, not as I do. Just use the flame rounds on that guy, and you can just kill him. Try to use flame rounds as much as I can here, because I want to avoid going back to the item box. So we're gonna trigger all these guys out, and we're gonna wait right around the corner. Randomly, this guy somehow survived that flame round. I have no idea how, but of course, if that happens, that is one of those instances when we need to go back to the item box. So, sometimes, randomly, zombies will just be jerks and survive your flame rounds out of nowhere. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Like, you could try, and there's nothing you can do. And because this is a kill-all run, that door right there is going to break a little bit of time, so we do not pay attention to how many times to go back through there. So you have to be super careful the way you aim your flame rounds, basically, because it just... Like, the zombie will take damage, but it will sometimes out of nowhere be a jerk and just somehow survive one of the simple blasts from the flame rounds. So coming back from here, we're just gonna burn this guy. And after we burn him, that is when we need to go all the way through here. Because this is where we have to deal with the choke points in Remake. This is the first, sort of first choke point. We have to deal with the dogs. With the assault shotgun at close range with dogs, it will normally kill them in a shot, but sometimes it does not happen. So because that does not sometimes always like to happen, I recommend doing here is doing a thing called reload canceling. Once you blast a dog or enemy with a shot, quickly spam your analog stick in circles, and Jill will cancel out of her long animation with a shotgun. But this is the next scary part, because this next dog is a complete jerk. Because he sometimes likes to just grab you for that other corner. And of course, like a bullet sponge, the dogs do that horrible attack right there, as you can see. That's one of the most bullshit attacks in the whole entire game, by the way. I hate the dogs so much in this game. They're really, really broken. Because if a dog grabs you, sometimes, like the dogs have one attack that just never gets old. Well, they can spin you around 180 degrees if they grab you. Of course, they're so shocking here. Yeah, it doesn't have a good chance of decaps. I'm not actually sure what happened there. I clearly shot in time, but sometimes the game will just cancel your shooting inputs immediately when you're trying to shoot a dog. That's the exact same that happened with the second dog. It's like they'll just like jump in the air and act like they're Spider-Man and spin around 180 degrees. Well, they'll jump in the air like they're Spider-Man and do a backflip and hit you and stuff. And then there's like that one attack where they'll just spin you around 180 degrees like complete assholes. Like, you would get grabbed by them and they'll just bite your arm off. They'll try to bite your arm off, basically. Not literally, because Jill at some point and Chris will just knock them down, push them out of the way. But it actually is one of the worst attacks, because they can get away with spamming that attack, and if they spam that attack, that is when they can one-hit kill you. So it's an instant hit stun, instant spam attack, bullshit attack, and it's one of the most worst attacks in the entire game. So really, I personally fucking hate killing dogs, and I really recommend killing them with a Magnum. That's actually what I really should have just done instead. I should have just came back to that area later on and sniped those guys with the Magnum. Because there was plenty, and I mean plenty of options to come back here later. Because dogs don't really despawn, really. Due to hunters. So I kind of actually could have manipulated this a little bit better. So because we don't really have a med spray, I actually don't really have to worry so much anyway, because this fight with the Order Crimson Head is actually easy. So we're going to equip the assault shotgun. Now, not the assault shotgun, the regular shotgun shells, the regular shotgun, mainstream shotgun that we have enough ammo left to use it on Order Crimson Head. Of course, I fucked up with my reload canceling there. I actually aimed upwards at the wrong time there. So I did a reload cancel right there. Order Crimson Head's being a jerk. So you can see there, I'm just like mashing the inputs basically. Sometimes with the assault shotgun, if you do reload canceling, you can randomly get like occurrence. Out of a random occurrence, you can actually randomly decide to actually cause Jill to end up like causing Order Crimson Head to fall backwards. Basically, you can actually down him if you do it in a correct particular frame as you're doing reload canceling with the auto aim. So if that happens, you could just run up to him, just shoot him on the ground, and you can actually kill him. Saves you a couple of shotgun shells, sort of. But that right there is the backup strat for in case that does not happen with those other shotgun shells. Just to get that other shotgun out of that shotgun with the ammo out of our inventory pretty much easily. Right off the bat. Right there. But really I should have saved those ammo for the crows, because I had like 2 shots left. So all those guys are dead in the mansion route, but coming out here, we're going to equip the shotgun here and go ahead and take out this dog right here. This dog is such a dick on taking him out. Of course, we have to wait for him to get close to check where he's at on camera, but of course he's just gonna, no matter what, be a jerk. So the one thing I recommend doing there is to come back later, do as I say, not as I do. Come back later with the Magnum and shoot that asshole. Because we are really about to get the Magnum up to this point. I really kind of actually could have avoided a lot of RNG here if I would have just simply grabbed the Magnum. Dogs could have been like super easy to manipulate here. But overall, more Magnum rounds being saved along the way by doing this.
Body respawn. Over.
Barry?
Monster. Chains. Gun. Ineffective. Instant. Stay away. Forest outside mansion. Stay. Hey.
You know, I do wonder, what happens if you just go back to the forest area, basically? Because it seems like Barry's just messing around on Taurus, basically. I wonder if there's like an alternate cutscene. Anywho, so we're gonna put the assault shotgun here, aim with the auto aim right there. Then we're gonna use the D-pad in order to go on ahead and knock down those other birds. We're going to use the D-pad at that point there after we shoot those first birds and tilt a little bit with the D-pad pressing the right stick. Not the right stick, the right D-pad command. And then after that, basically, we'll aim up by using the D-pad command. We'll stop holding right, I mean holding left. I think that's right, left. I forgot my lefts. But we'll stop holding right, and then we'll just basically aim upwards. And once the birds come on camera, just go on ahead and shoot them. But you got to be fast because those birds attack very quickly. So you got to be very just quick on doing that. Might take a little practice, but it's not a big deal to worry about them. It's pretty easy. Next map is right here. Just gonna grab. Actually, we have to go to the item box first to go ahead and grab the wind press right about here. I'm not actually sure what did I use handgun for up to this point, but overall, guess I was holding off to pick up more handgun bullets though. So we'll pick up the crank. Oh yeah, I made another save here just to show people if you are going to do no damage. This is a sequence dodge right here that I'm going to show for this next segment to make in order to get around Lisa here, in order to avoid taking damage. Well, just in general, because you waste a lot of health if you do not dodge Lisa here. So that'll be it for the second segment. So it's time for the third segment. So, because Lisa is very difficult to dodge here on console than the FPS dodge on 20 FPS on PC, this is what you're going to want to do if you want to do no damage a little bit of your playing on console. So this is a console strat right here that sort of works sometimes. Sometimes this might not work, sometimes this might work, but what you're going to do is you're going to hold up for a second and Lisa reads your button inputs. So because she reads your button inputs, she's going to predict you're going to move on the first frame. So when you do that, she's going to obviously go on ahead and attack. And if that happens, she's going to just do that, but what you want to do is you're going to want to hold back. And when you hold back, what the best option there to do is basically, just, honestly overall, just go on ahead and wait for her to stop waiting. Wait for her to stop having her hands in air. Like she just don't care. Because once her hands are still in the air, and you seem to dodge the attack, do not move another frame. Just continue on moving in the wall until her arms are completely down. If you do not wait until her arms are completely down, then she is going to attack you, and no matter what you do, you are going to take damage. And even if you avoid trying to take damage... God, now I gotta be sick because I forgot to put that ink ribbon away. Great! Okay. Note to self, put the ink ribbon away first, you fucking dumbass. So because the Lisa dodge here is very difficult to do here on console, besides doing this on 20 FPS on PC, this is what you're watching ammo sometimes, so waste of bullets. So what we're gonna do, Visage up, and hit towards the wall, basically right there around that corner. And by doing that, once she attacks, hopefully she attacks instead of being a bitch and delaying her attack, you will get around her consistently like that. That is what you want to do. But you want to wait for a second. Wait for her arms to completely go down, because if you do not, then Lisa's hitbox will just instantly connect, basically. So you kind of actually have to be ready for it. If you decapitate a zombie with a shotgun shell or a hand grenade, you can get the dagger, the defense item dagger back, use shotgun shell. Besides stun gun batteries and hand grenades, you can get those items back. But you only have to decapitate them. If you do not decapitate them, you don't get the item back. But yeah, you have to wait for her pretty much to have her hands completely down, because she's gonna have her hands in the air like she just don't care, and the only thing you could do right there is basically at that point just go on ahead and wait for her to lower her hands down, because the active damage frames are still going from that attack. The active damage frames are still going from that attack. You do not want to attack her. I mean, you do not want to get around her while she's trying to attack you, but she sort of missed. Which, either way, you're going to probably have no choice to take damage towards that attack, because you probably don't know what's going to happen next. So, after that, you gotta start running, because she's just going to probably spin around 180, do a 180 on you, and, yeah, you just gotta be really aware about that. So in Remake, this puzzle right here is in order to get out of the mansion, really, the mansion Windcrest puzzle is actually right here. Instead, so the death masks are the replacements for these items, sort of. So yeah, if I do silly things just to save time, it doesn't really matter, really. Just try to ignore it, honestly.
This is Brad. If you can hear me, just give me a sign. Anything.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Shit. It's broken.
So we're gonna equip the Magnum here, shoot that first dog on that other frame right there. I actually don't really recommend doing as I did right there. Just turn around immediately and just shoot those dogs right there pretty much immediately on that other frame right there. Or take them out. So we could be facing the dogs basically, so we don't have to wait for the auto aim to connect, because it does take a long time. So after that, pretty much the dogs just die in one shot from the Magnum, really, here. It's actually that easy. So if I do silly things just to do some silly, compelling saving gameplay type of value thingy, just ignore it, really. It's not really a big deal. I mean, I'm not gonna like make this video like 6 to 20 hours long, so I'd rather make the video short as much as I can here, you know, just avoid that type of RNG here and there, you know. So for the birds here, the birds are pretty difficult to take out. Really, I should have just came back here later and take out the birds. And I realized I sort of did not have enough ammo, so... As a risky attempt, of course, do as I say, not as I do. Don't do it as I did right there. Just come back here later once we get more handgun bullets. I thought that I could go on ahead and eliminate the birds right now, but best to eliminate them later. Really, that's actually the best option. These snakes right here respawn, so they don't they basically despawn at some point at the end of the whole warehouse segment, but after the warehouse segment they'll respawn on top of the roof of the warehouse, basically in the area where you will have to grab the you have to go back to the mansion, pretty much, for the elevator area section, but they basically stay right there, honestly. So honestly, my recommendation is to not in the slightest to attack them. They respawn over and over again. It's not worth the ammo to waste on those guys. So, coming over here, we're going to take out the spiders. Spiders are pretty easy to kill here. Just, stand your ground and not get close when you're shooting them. And just do a lot of reload canceling in order to avoid RNG. So, there's some shotgun shells in the red book. Normally it takes like 2 shots to kill birds. Really. Then we're going to push this box here, right over here over the hole, in the veteran trap hole. There is a spark truck around. We're gonna pick that up, and then we're going to go back to hiding box here and drop the magnum, drop that, drop that. And drop the crank. And I think that was like the last time. Sort of. Hopefully that was. No, it wasn't. Doesn't matter, but anywho. You have to push the drawer, I mean the box right over that hole right there, or else the Player 42's tentacle will attack you from the other hole. Suppose the original option from the original game is to fuck with the player's expectation.
No, that wasn't part of our deal. But it's not necessary to destroy stars. What about my family? If I play my cards right. Jill.
Barry, I heard someone talking.
Oh, you heard. I think age is starting to take its toll. Talking to myself is becoming a bad habit.
Talking to yourself? You all right? What's gotten into you?
I'm getting you worried, aren't I? But don't, I'm alright. I guess this creepy mansion has gotten to my nerves. Anyway, I think I'll go outside, get some fresh air for a change. Don't worry, I'm just going to get some fresh air. If I'm lucky, I'll get to waste some monsters along the way.
Oh my God. Stop
Okay, so coming over here, we're gonna pick up the key in this bathroom here. Then we're gonna exit out. There's a zombie in this room here, but we're not even gonna worry about him for right now. We're actually gonna go on ahead and head back to the Krolls. Oh yeah, also, those are crows, not regular birds. So coming up in here, we're going to pick up the minigun with this file right here. Also, by the way, this is not a marathon run, so I'm not reading the files for you guys, so just feel free to pause the video and read it for yourself, basically. I go through all pages. Also, check right here in case I'm doing good. Not about to do any over dramatic reading. Alright, so because we're playing as Jill, I think only for Jill, the zombie right here, the zombie that is hanging comes back as Crimson Head. I think that's the only zombie. I guess that's like the 3 zombies that Chris deals with. That Chris does not have to deal with, that's Jill. Jill has to deal with a lot of things than Chris does, though, anyway. So, we're gonna try to go for a decap on this zombie right here. I'm not gonna use a minigun for zombies, we're just gonna use that for hunters. So I just, go ahead and use that for the express purpose of not here. And then we're going to sit all the way over here, trigger that zombie, use the handgun. Of course, he's, barely connecting with the downing thoughts, but when the music turns off, that means he's dead. Besides the zombie in the bathroom. So that means that guy is coming back as a Crimson Head immediately. So we're gonna go ahead and put in the audio box the, we're gonna put away the, yeah, just put away, like, a lot of stuff, really, just that we don't really need for right now. I do skip Plan 42 in this one, by the way, because Barry kills Plant 42 for you, by the way. So, I don't actually kill Plant 42, like, hardly at all, because it is actually not needed to kill Plant 42. Personally, I prefer to, like, just avoid killing Plant 42, as Jill always. But I know some might be thinking, oh wait, but Shane, doesn't that count as kill? Well, it does not count as kill from what I've seen, because all I've seen pretty much all the time is that, like, if you use the vigil on Plant 42 as Jill, you get to get the luxury of skipping Plant 42, but Barry kills Plant 42 for you, so it's not really an excuse either way. But that doesn't count as kill all. Barry kills Plant 42 for you, then you kill the, congratulations, you still kill the enemy. It doesn't really matter, there's not much you can do in order to avoid seeing you do not kill Plant 42. Alright, so anywho, the birds out here, the Krolls are a massacre pain in the ass to kill. I actually, personally hate killing the birds. They have certain iframes on certain frames when it comes to killing them. They have way too many iframes. I actually do not recommend attacking birds like that and fighting them. I normally like to wait in here and just wait for some of the birds to kind of crowd up a little bit. Sometimes one of the birds will just be jerks anyway, and won't have to give you enough time to aim up to attack them. I probably should have just not aimed up there. Ooh, that was actually luck. That was luck again. I had to get insanely lucky on taking out these birds here. Well, them deprecating my ammo account. So I'm going out here. These camera angles are a bitch and a half that causes this to come to a fail. Speaking of fail, there's 2 birds. And that was about it. I really don't recommend attacking birds with the handgun. Honestly, I do recommend overall taking birds out with the shotgun, really. I prefer to use the shotgun on birds any day, anytime, any day, but because that way we could just avoid some ridiculous, and I mean ridiculous, almost fail to kill the birds moments. It's actually really frustrating killing birds with a handgun, because you end up getting spam attacks so many times, and it's so goddamn annoying. I gotta figure out a better strategy for that session, because it's way easy to get fucked over. So there's more blue orbs here, if you could pick those up. So because I almost messed up on that mistake, yeah, just gonna hit back to the item box again, and put away just handgun bullets for right now. Really, we don't need them. And going on ahead and making our next save. We're just gonna keep the shotgun with us, really. Loading up part 4. The purposes of making a segmented run, really, is just... The purpose of this run is just to show how to... It's just to make a video, really. Honestly. So I could just basically... So basically, the reason why I just do this with saves is basically because of the fact that I have to deal with a lot of ridiculous moments with hunters, some zombies that comes back as a Crimson Head way too early, and just moments where I'm just like forgetting my route. That's really it. Honestly, overall, I actually prefer doing this with saves because I don't think I'll ever come back doing this without saves. So that means I can reset and do as many things I would like because this is a no-death run. The purposes of this is to take no deaths. Now, if I was going for a thing called no save, no deaths, this would be a different story. Anyhow. So that zombie's very easy to deal with and decapitate. Just run right around him, basically, like you see it seen right there. And you'll basically go on ahead and decapitate him. Pretty much just aim with the shotgun. Follow right here. Just pause the video just so you can just learn. So you can like learn basically how to read that file. I mean how to on to just read the file overall. Anywho, so for the sharks here, the shark section is sort of one of the problems that I've been looking through for hours to try to figure out how to kill them in a consistent manner, because killing the sharks is really, really difficult, honestly, especially with the assault shotgun regardless. Because you have the Neptune that tends to pop out of the water a lot. So I found a setup for a kill-all on how to deal with the sharks, really. So what I do here is I dodge the sharks. Like, no, seriously, I literally dodge the sharks. But however, I use my visible enemy run strategy, and I just run past the sharks, basically. It's an easy setup, but there is some parts that you need to pay attention to while doing this. So, there's a speedrun line that I do not run during the middle of this room, because it's very easy to fuck up while going through this room, really. If you go through the speedrun line. If you go through the speedrun line, it's good luck to you. because there's an easy possibility you'll get hit and get trolled by the sharks. I forgot to bring health, like always. So first things we're gonna do, we're going to just basically, yeah, we're just gonna basically go this way, basically, but just straight up try not to get too close to the edge so you don't really get hit by the sharks. But some of them might catch up to you at some point while doing this, but don't really worry about it. It's only when you're near that end of that cap hole right there, where the turn is, where they can pretty much try to hit you most of the time. Each in any way, but so just try not to get close to the edge right there. Just hug the wall. Actually, sort of don't really hug the wall, because that's normally what causes their AI to actually act up and realize they can actually hit you on certain frames. So try not to get too close to the wall, because if you hit the wall, then they're gonna probably catch up.
Emergency.
Can't waste any frames of movement in that room.
Detected.
No room.
Blocking all doors
to
achieve maximum safety.
If you do, you gotta get lucky a little bit. But after that, yeah, that's basically about it. So I brought the knife with me pretty much here after looking for hours, and the knife strategy right here for the sharks actually is very, very consistent. So what I do is that I just knife the sharks when I pop up on them again. Easy to just knife the sharks basically faithfully in order to simply get rid of them. Because the sharks have like 15 HP left, so if you just do one nice slash from the knife, you can actually kill them. Besides Neptune. Neptune has a lot of HP. That's why it's always recommended to electrocute him. And also this puzzle over here is brain dead. It's very brain dead. I don't know what to say except just do as I do for this session. Now you can do as I do, not as what I say. But for back to this point, you have to do as I say pretty much to learn how to not fuck up on some things. Yeah, so if you don't watch this video to the end, then good luck basically learning the strategies of all the enemies that are around the mansion. And learning some mistakes you could avoid from my run, if you come across a mistake. That's the purposes of this being a walkthrough. You gotta pay attention and watch it to the end. So yeah, you can see that slash right there. That kills that shark in that shot. It's one knife slash and the dagger, and that shark's dead. So I sort of fucked up here. I was actually supposed to take out the shark by going all the way, basically by just pushing down the battery and executing the shark. I'm getting too used to that speedrun dodge. Pretty legit, as you can see right there. So I have to re-electrocute that shark right there. That shark is no big deal to worry about. We can just leave. We body all these guys. Because we are that much of a badass. But anyhow, so right here, we're pretty much just going to grab those shotgun shells. And really I'm going to leave those macarons there for right now, basically, not come and pick them up on the way back, basically, because if we don't pick them up on the way back... Actually, we do pick them up on the way back. So, we do have to pick them up on the way back, because we'll have enough inventory space from the Plant 42 bottles. Also, because I decapitated that guy, I actually don't have to worry about him ever again, but really, if you feel confident to just burn that guy, go on ahead. Do not hesitate on burning some zombies if you don't feel confident. But in order to save Creamfield, I really don't think that's a good idea to do that, you know? The combination to this puzzle could be anything by 3 to 6 to 5. Then we're gonna come up in here and we're going to grab the bottles. We're only gonna need to grab like 3 bottles, that's about it. And then we're gonna fill up everything with the red and fill up some water, grab another bottle, and grab the yellow right here. And then we're gonna make the V-Jolt. So we're gonna combine the red, we're gonna combine the water with the red, right? So, after that, we're going to, combine the, yellow with the thing that we combined it with the red, and, then we're going to grab another water and another yellow and mix that up with the, orange that we made with that together, and then we'll make blue, and then after that, we'll basically, pick up another red after we make blue, and bam, you got your V-Jolt. I explained it like that, basically, even though there's a combination on the wall explaining you the whole entire puzzle, basically, literally explaining you the whole entire fucking puzzle. So, honestly, overall, I actually opted to do it like that just to help you guys out on learning that puzzle quickly. Because obviously, I'm pretty sure some people are not going to understand that puzzle with math, really. So why don't I just make it easy, just by explaining it from colors. So yeah, just by skipping Plant 42, it is pretty much just going to kill Plant 42 really off the bat, altogether. Granted, it's not difficult to kill Plant 42. Keep that in mind, it's not difficult to kill Plant 42, judging by the fact when I showed the Chris run on how to like skip Plant 42, it's not going to be that difficult to basically get rid of Plant 42, but really overall, after all of it, Plant 42 still dies, truthfully. So yeah, you're not worried about anything at all. Alright, so coming out here, you got the shark right here, we're gonna shark-a-rooney his ass. I fucked that joke up. But, we're gonna stab him, and he's dead. And basically, after that, just come up in here and use a Plant 42 bottle, and we have skipped Plant 42. Just always say yes when the game asks you to get rid of an item, basically, especially a key item. Always, always say yes, or else your inventory is going to be so filled. It's so goddamn ridiculous at that point. Because we do not want to keep those bottles for the Plant 42. can now pick up those Magnum rounds, basically. Because now that we're done, we have like a free inventory space up to this point, so just pick them up. Basically, with this consumption with the inventory here, now that we said yes to get rid of those items, that means we can pick up the key. I mean, pick up the handgun bullets. Yeah, we can pick up the key and the handgun bullets at the same time, now that we have a free inventory space, no longer limitedly gone. So it's free open, pretty much, here. So same thing goes for the bees here, just with Plant 42. Instead of just using a handgun to choose the bees here, you can skip this, use this cutscene to actually take out these bees here, as long as you do not mash the confirm button, press circle or B after picking up the map after pressing yes. If you're playing on Xbox One or PlayStation 4, or Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3. Recommendation is to not play the PlayStation 3 version, because I heard about rumors that the inputs is pretty bad, from what I heard. So basically overall better to play the Xbox One or PlayStation 4 versions to this game. Or you can go back to play the original GameCube version of this game. Your choice. It's been a while since I played the GameCube, so kind of actually need to remember what else has been changed. I do know the dog's AIs were changed. So, when you basically, turn off the water in this bathroom here, same thing goes for, like, the water in, like, the mansion and the other water that we had to trigger one of the zombies to get up. When you trigger this, this random thing actually happens, basically. The view is basically blocked. Can't see through there. There's a file for Plant 42 on how to kill Plant 42, but it's a too little too late type of thing. There's not really a need to basically worry so much. That's like another instance of explaining new useless puzzle. I got pretty mixed up right there, but that's okay. Just go ahead and solve this puzzle with the naked lady, really. Because I was missing up one more thing. And we're done. And we got the puzzle here finished just in time. So now we can skip Plant 42. Barry will come into the room, and yeah, that's it. That's the Plant 42 fight. No fight. We're done. We can grab the key and basically just leave. We're now done. Plant 42 is now dead. Don't have to worry. Oh!
What the hell is this thing?
Barry!
Jill!
I thought it was finished.
Yeah.
That was close. Thanks again.
Don't mention it. But what was that? What the hell's going on in this place?
I don't know, Barry. Maybe it has something to do with Umbrella. If you go back in that room, there's another cutscene with Barry.
Wesker.
Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say.
I apologize. It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
I understand. Anyway, it's good that you're safe.
Did you notice? Barry, he sounded a little flaky.
Now that you mention it, yeah. I'll keep a close eye.
Maybe it's quite natural under these circumstances. It's not really our standard operation. Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
I agree.
There are still rooms in that mansion we can't get into because they're locked up. I've been looking for ways to...
Okay, if there's anything, I'll go back to the other mansion.
I'm counting on you.
So for the bugs here, you don't actually need to destroy them, but just show off a teaser. You can actually kill them if you want. You actually can use a knife here by like stomping them. But if it takes too long, I like to use the knife. Put for the Tuesday. All in a day's work. Alright. So we're gonna go to the item box and we're going to pick up the locker launcher out of here. And then after that, we will go on ahead and pick up some mag rounds. Well, pick up the Magnum, rather, really. And, go on ahead and put away the shotgun shells, take some handgun bullets, or not. Take the rest of the handgun bullets? Nope, I guess not, I guess. Alright. So, am I gonna take a minigun or not? Because I'm supposed to take the minigun for the hunter. I think past chain didn't realize here that I forgot the minigun. Any second now. Any second. Also, there's no snakes coming out of the mansion. I mean, the guardhouse right here. The case.
This is Brad. Come in, Stars Alpha Team. Come in.
This is Jill.
Does anybody hear me?
I hear you, Brad. Over.
Stars Alpha Team. Bravo Team. Doesn't matter. Respond. I repeat, this is Brad.
Brad? Brad!
This is Brad. If you can't answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad! Brad!
Brad!
Shit. It's broken.
Shit. It's broken. Whatever, what do I do? Alright, so this is your last chance, Fast Chain. Did you... went back to the safe room? Nope? Okay. Okay. Fast Chain, you're a fucking asshole. You dumb piece of shit. Okay. So, do as I say, not you. Go pick up the minigun immediately and bring that with you, because you need that for the hunters coming up. These dogs are easy to take out, just use the Magnum, basically. You could run up to one of the dogs and take one of the dogs out right here with the shotgun shells. The one that's sleeping on the ground, you can go ahead and go run up to him and take him out with the shotgun shells, just to save some mag rounds, and exit the room and re-enter the room. And slowly run into the room a little bit, just to figure out what the other snake is. He's by the elevator, really. So for the snakes here, these snakes are pretty difficult to track down with the auto aim here. It's very easy to fuck up, so you've got to be careful as much as you can here and taking these snakes out. 3 of them pop down, but one of them, like, once the snakes pop up, they just start running away. Snakes take, like, all 3 or 2 bullets, just like bees. So it's actually, that worth to make sure you keep in mind, too. Here I am tracking the the snakes with the auto aim. Yeah, these are the snakes from the guardhouse, by the way, in case you didn't know. Shoot that snake. Oh, wait. He did not die. Wow. If I would have shot, again, pop off another shot, that would have kind of got me poisoned. And that's the end of the segment. I have to go all the way back to the dining box. So I might as well finish that. So the last 3 snakes take a while to kill. Sometimes the snakes will just crawl up into a ball and make it very difficult to shoot them again. I think that's when the auto aim stops connecting on. At some point while doing that. But after that, that's basically really about it. Really, truthfully, we're done. So, after all that, we're going to get ready for the hunters. I have seriously no idea why I did not grab the minigun. This could have been a simple mistake that could have been simply ignored, but I guess I was so much of a dumbass I thought I was so confident thinking that I had everything all together, but I did not. I did not. Alright, so anywho, we're going to pick up these items here, this file from Barry here. So, because all the dogs are dead, the one thing that's going to replace dogs for guaranteed for sure is going to... Yeah, it's going to be the hunters. So for the hunters here, what we want to do basically is we're going to go all the way back over here, basically after the cutscene ends, and equip the locker launcher and use the explosive rounds in order to take out that hunter. Sometimes a simple grenade round will take out a hunter. Same thing goes for an acid round. Acid rounds kills hunters sometimes in one shot. Same thing goes for grenade rounds, but sometimes that does not happen, and it'll take another grenade round. I guess I decided to just go on ahead and do this strat because I guess with the minigun, I guess I didn't really need it after all. In this walkthrough, it looks like. It could have been so safer to use it because there's a lot of moments where I could have just used it right there. But I did have the Magnum, so this actually was not a bad idea. I guess. I think. So, right about here, we're going to, reload. For right here, for this next time, we're going to leave, like, about 4 inventory slots open in our inventory. And go on ahead and go all the way up the stairs to the room we haven't visited yet. That shows the whole entire mansion. The room where you can use the lighter at, and it will show you the whole mansion. I got the Magnum on me because I don't have any flame rounds to kill the spiders. So because I don't have any flame rounds to kill spiders, we're really gonna just straight up outright just not even bother overall the slightest yeah, just bought her in the slightest to basically take out spiders with shotgun, because the handgun and the Magnum is going to be a little bit OD here coming up next for this segment. Not much going on here, just same as usual, just going ahead and do as I do here, if I'm not commentating on it. File here, explaining about a guy that got trapped down here. I guess he was that much of a fucking idiot, he didn't even actually notice that there was a hole right behind him, and just fall down over it. Rest in peace to George Trevor. I mean... yeah, George, that's his name, George Trevor. So we're gonna equip the Magnum here. And sometimes with the Magnum, it does not always kill spiders in one shot. As you can see right there, that actually made me panic, because I thought I was about to fucking lose that segment right there. Because I forgot to bring a medicine with me, and because I forgot to bring a medicine, that means if I get poisoned here, this is probably the end of the segment, because I'm going to be limping for a long time. And I do not like limping, because you're sort of in danger caution mode, and you're sort of moving in a bad frame, honestly, all the time, really. That was actually luck right there. That was insanely luck. I actually tried to take out that spider, but the auto aim did not connect as I wanted to there. Recommendation is just to reset the room here. I do not recommend doing as I did here, because I thought I can just grab these shotgun shells instead of resetting the room. But upon coming back out here, I know the spider is just waiting to get shot right here for me. I'm trying to wait for it to get a little bit close, but there's a map right there. They're at like 0 HP at that point. Trying to wait for this spider right here to stop spurting. Sometimes he likes to be a jerk, just continue on speeding. It's like this one. So I guess I'm glad that I decided to do this, whatever the fuck I was thinking from earlier. For that minigun strat. So we're gonna decapitate this guy. Failed to decap. We got a decap. You always gotta pay attention. Whenever the zombie cocks the shotgun shell, that means that they're probably not gonna get decapitated. I could reset the room and just try to see if I can mimic that to stop, but there's no going back if that's gonna work, because it'll just be a waste of time resetting the room, really, rather. Also, I'm sitting here just debating if I want to take this handgun clips, because I'm going to be picking up the battery, the acid shells, and yeah, etc., etc. Please tell me I did not take this. I took it anyway. Pass chain. What the fuck? Well, I guess I'm gonna be backtracking a whole lot, if you mentioned too. Anywho. So we're gonna equip the shotgun here and go on ahead and take out this hunter. I mean, Crimson Head. I don't know why I unequipped the shotgun there, but you have to pay attention to Crimson Heads as their animations of them dying, because of occurrence that hunter of Crimson Heads, like the way to tell of a Crimson Head is dead is, yeah, obviously the audio wave not tracking onto the Crimson Head, but another way is just to tell of a Crimson Head is dead is just basically by noticing that the Crimson Head basically decides to, really matter decides to, in general, not to do anything when it comes to attacking them. So I'm pretty sure this was a bad inventory trip I made through this whole entire segment here. Did I even use the handgun on Yon? Damn. I hope I did, because that is a bad opportunity for ammo to be wasted. So here I'm paying attention to the audio. I hear a Crimson Head on its way near me, so I'm trying to stay in this camera angle. This guy's still not a Crimson Head. Can't believe it. Yeah, you get the point. Oh, what I was saying was is that zombies like to take forever to come back as a Crimson Head, truthfully. Alright, so to the item box here, we're going to replace the lock launcher with the knife, take the handgun, replace the magnum with the handgun, and politely just pick up the other handgun bullets right here. And then just, that's basically it. Just put away those other items, supplies. And we're ready to go, really. Okay, somebody told me that I was making another problem with my inventory here. So I decided to go back again, even though I thought I was completely done. Guess I wanted to grab the cream lighter, I guess. Did I? Okay, I did. It's gotta be here somewhere. There it is. And we're done. We're off. Never lost, never lost, never lost. We're on no. This guy is finally a Crimson Head. Just running into the wall here. He ran into the wall. He got stuck. Because he got stuck, I was able to, you know, still sneak around him anyway, but it doesn't really matter overall, though. Also, do not go out that door right over there. There's no super zombie in Resident Evil Remake, except the zombie be a counter for that door for the first time. Just came back to burn this guy. Alright. Going all the way back up to the elevator, going all the way back upstairs. There's so much ammo that we have to spare here. And we're gonna spare it on Yawn. Yawn. Okay. So now we can go fight Yawn, basically right about here. So my updated route, it looks like I do not use the knife on Yawn. I do use the handgun and the shotgun shells on Yawn. Probably because I wanted the Yawn fight to go by a little quicker instead of it being so difficult. So goddamn difficultly long. I mean, not difficult, I meant to say long. Because if you use the knife on Yawn, it's gonna take like about 6 minutes or so. And there's a lot of setups to take out Yawn here with a knife. Very easy, lemon squeezy, easy peasy. But with the handgun and the shotgun, you know, just save some bullets, really. But it takes forever. I meant to say forever. Alright, so coming over here, we're going to equip the shotgun immediately right here and go for a couple shots. Jill can still reload cancel in her bosses, by the way. So we can exit out of attack. Exit out of the animations a little quicker. So we're gonna wait for the auto aim to pop up on Yawn here. We're not gonna get that close. Whoa, that's did I get hit there? Cause if I did, that was pretty scary. Ooh, yeah, that actually happened there. Wow. Because of this time, fighting Yawn, the safest thing here is to stay far away as you can. Yawn raises its head right there. If it raises its head, there's a possibility it likes to be a shithead, of course. But as long as you're far away from Yawn and you got a lot of space, it's okay to just go for one shot and back off. 2 shots or one shot. Wow, I was actually, I was thinking about going for another shot, but I got super lucky. That could have been like a poison second right there. I canceled Yawn's animation there. He got irritated after the last bullets. So Yawn does not randomly turn around when it's in the hole, but it does turn around when it's outside here. But yeah, Yawn slitters way too fast. So it's pretty difficult. But yeah, do as I say. Once again, not as I do. And don't do as I did right there. I'm gonna keep repeating this over and over, but yeah, it's gonna get annoying, but at this point you gotta understand that you can't fuck up when it comes to not getting poisoned. Because if you limp and you don't have a healing agent on you, then there is a high chance that you are pretty much gonna get attacked a lot from a lot of enemies if you're poisoned. Because if you're limping, you're on danger caution, there's multiple moments where enemies can just catch up to you, because enemies start to run faster than you. It's honestly not that worth it. So all the enemies in the Crimson Head hallway are all dead. Now that they're dead, we don't have to worry about nothing for a long time coming through here. We could just pass through here safely. Just run right on through here. That easy. Okay, so the trick does work here. It's kind of trying to get a little trick to work here. So if you aim yourself correctly, as you saw just right there, you can just mash like a madman to get the wind crest right there. I mean, to get the yellow jewel. So, after rearranging and rearranging, we're just gonna go to this last room right here and grab everything we can before we make our last save. I mean, our save before the last save of the run. The segment is very long. Very long, I tell you. So there's a file right here exposing Wesker, basically, for the madman he is. He sent the whole STARS team to the mansion just to fall for a trap. He sent his whole team here, basically, because he was working with Umbrella, sort of, the whole time. That is why, you just keep randomly seeing a lot of enemies out of nowhere. Specifically the hunters, because they're test subjects. I mean, you're a test subject. And you've been betrayed by him the whole time, thanks to that file telling you right there. So now you know the true meaning of how Wesker gets down, basically, of course. So we got a lot of grenades from the grenade locker launcher. So what we're going to do here first is we are going to make our next save. Because we got a lot of fucking asshole hunters to deal with, so recommending to make your save here. Time for the 5th segment. Asshole hunters all around the mansion. Here we go. So this is basically gonna lead up to the sewers. Well, the WB area, sort of. I think this is leading up to the WB area. But yeah, I had to go save immediately after yawn because it is not worth it to go on after that. We're gonna have a big problem during this segment overall, though, so because of pretty much the run killer sessions here. Specifically has to do with the hunters. I kind of thought that this was sort of enough for my inventory here. Not sure why I kept the lighter, now thinking about it. But anyhow. So I kept the, so it turns out I kept the minigun just for this session right here with this one hunter coming up. Because sometimes he likes to back up. and blasting acid shell on him does not always work. So, kind of actually a good thing that I did that, basically. Kind of actually happy that I cut that video. And for the next hunter right here, we could actually just shoot him to death, and he'll just basically go down easily. We don't have to worry about him that much before he completely aggroes. That second hunter right there. So I decided to go right back to the save room right here because this... I need to grab the cream. Yep. Yeah, I did need to grab the cream. I was gonna replace that anyway. Alright, so... Doesn't matter. Not a speedrun. Who cares? But anyhow, we're gonna go ahead and trigger all these guys popping out the window. They're gonna try to attack. As long as you run straight, you can avoid all these hunters all together, basically. They're not gonna attack you, really, truthfully. They don't really get very fuzzy with you as you're just getting towards that door, because they're just wasting actions and just screaming, jumping out the windows. But when you come back up in here, this is where the part of the second needs to be sort of careful, because we can't miss the shot on the hunter. But when we pop to the camera frame, when the camera frame right here triggers, where we go ahead and shoot that hunter. I don't recommend doing as I did right here. I tried thinking that I could nerf shot the hunter right here. That is, not safe. I recommend going all the way back through Ring Around the Rosie through the other areas and going to the Crimson Hallway and coming back through here. Well, not coming back through here, going back through the area that we originally came from to go save our game from Yon. Because we'll be right behind that hunter, honestly, on hardcore. I mean, on nightmare. I mean, on standard. I mean, whatever. Normal, whatever the fuck this difficulty is again. So generally, acid shells, you know, of course, like, yeah, they kill hunters sometimes in one shot. That's normally the strat. That's normally the strat right there, but the event of the shotgun shell does not pop when you blast the acid shell at a hunter. Excuse me, my English. Acid shell at a hunter. You'll basically kill the hunter, right? But, however, you might have to follow it up with a shotgun shell if it doesn't kill it. That's normally it. Something being a dick. Auto aim is not connecting on there. I was pretty scared that that hunter would have chased me down. Because if that hunter would have chased me down, then I would have probably had a big fucking problem with that hunter. Specifically for the express purpose that that hunter might actually just fuck me over. As I'm basically, because, you know, hunters like to run way too fucking fast, and it's just really ridiculous. Back here to check if I left a zombie alive. I guess I totally forgot about the last segment, though. I guess I sort of made a mistake. I guess I was trying to go back down here for something. Not really that much. Okay, alright. Yeah, so there's like a lot of enemies at this point of the stage that we're gonna be basically killing, honestly. Also, just to show off that moth out the window and stuff. In case you didn't know, there's a moth right there. I couldn't remember you could have shot that moth. I'm not sure. Anywho, back to the game, I guess. Since all the Crimson Heads are cleared out for this area, we're pretty much at this point in the stage of the game basically done exploring, I guess, around here. We could just go any way we want. Just gotta check for the rest of the hunters are at. Just trying to find some excuses to talk, really. So, is this guy back as a Crimson Head yet? If he is, he's probably running, but normally if he's not... Okay, he's a Crimson Head, finally. So after that, we can just go up in here. Try to be careful as you're going up in here because you might actually get grabbed immediately. Man, that was absolutely scary right there. I played it really dangerous. Jesus Christ, I should have not ran towards that hunter as that Crimson Head as he was getting up. I actually just recommend just staying at the door. And if the Crimson Head's on the ground, just shoot it on the ground. Pop off the shotgun shell at it as it's on the ground. I actually fucked up there. I guess I was like kind of thinking that I could just sneak right around him, but that there was no purpose of that actually at all. Either way. But we spawned this hunter. In order to spawn this hunter, we have to go through the room right there. We have to go through that room right there in order to spawn that hunter, honestly. If we spawn that hunter, all the enemies that are originally in this area will basically die. I mean, will basically despawn. And it's because this area is now going to be a one-street hallway of a Crimson Head. And I guess the developers really did not want it to have a moment where there was a hunter and a Crimson Head combined together at the same time in the same area in the room. Because literally every hunter and Crimson Head are not in the same room, really. They all just despawn if they are, like, they were originally in the same room, but they were, like, originally not, really. So, that's like about it for that west side area. Just going ahead and putting that, yellow the yellow jewel there, just free up inventory space for right now. And yeah, just go all this way. Basically, we need to clear out the east side. Actually, forgot about that. Almost forgot about that. So, listening to the audio, waiting for any running sounds, just paying attention. This guy's immediately a Crimson Head, so we'll pop off the shotgun shell. Just pop off a shotgun shell in his butt. Yeah, his butt. Alright, anywho. Next guy coming up in here, we're just going to just eliminate these last two guys right here. Just aim upwards. Okay, so I decapitate that other guy from earlier. Okay, that's actually interesting. I did not know that. I actually don't even have any shotgun shells here, so we're running pretty low on shotgun shells, which doesn't really matter though anyway, because the lock launcher is just gonna. We got a lot of grenade rounds, so it's actually not that bad to just continue on with the lock. Continue on using the lock launcher for Crimson Head backup strats. But of course, he might actually dodge the shot, of course. So Gotta keep that in mind there. Might want to sit in the corner where you could actually force him to run in a straight line instead of him wiggling around. Wiggling around there, basically. Next file, right over here. Not actually wasn't really sure how much files I was in at this point. I think I was just like doing sort of good on like file management. That's normally like how I kind of actually routed it out a little bit. But anyhow, somebody said that there is a possibility. Well, not said. I saw a video. I forgot what his channel name was. I forgot. I think it was Endermander. I forgot. Kinda actually, I apologize to forget. But I saw this video. But it was out an 80% speedrunner that speedruns this game, and he actually showed a cool strat where you can aim the locker launcher up with the regular grenade rounds and actually decapitate a zombie. And it can actually be, and it's actually a shocking thing, because it's like, you know, that's a cool twist thing that you can actually decapitate zombies with the locker launcher. I didn't even know that at all. Like, not one bit. Also, I burned that zombie because if we did not burn that zombie would have just outright immediately just be a complete pain in the ass, honestly. Well, not pain in the ass, I meant to say the hunter is gonna take his place. So when we re-exit the area and re-exit the room, he's gonna despawn. But here's the problem: the hunter is the real problem, because he's just gonna bust into the door basically, and you gotta be ready to blast acid shell. I'm normally predicting that the hunter is normally going to just be ready to get attacked. I mean, ready to just like jump. Because the hunter, no matter what, likes to just jump like an asshole and stuff. So normally what I like to do here, if he does jump, I just shoot the grenade round immediately, because he's just gonna jump and be an asshole anyway. So that's actually hope for luck, but the defense item saved my life there. I had a spark strike around, and because I had a spark strike around left, yeah, I went on ahead and used it on that fucker, because fuck him. That's normally a backup strat. The hunter, it's actually not worth it to just attack that guy like that. Just, I actually recommend using the Magnum, actually, because that would actually be probably a better idea. Because sometimes the locker launcher does not always like to cooperate with shots, and it's very projectile. I mean, it is a locker launcher after all, so of course it's going to be projectile, but however, it doesn't listen to some shots. It's just willy-nilly on some slow movement shots. Especially the fact that the locker launcher is nerfed in the remake a little bit. But yeah, because these are like the big run killers in remake, yeah, this is like normal. This is like normally like the one part where I'm just like, yeah, fuck doing this with saves. Actually, with no saves, because there's like no way in hell. There's like no way in hell I'm ever gonna try to get this done with no saves. Yeah, this is a placeholder video, but nah, yeah. Honestly, I'm done with kill all runs of Resident Evil 1 remake after this 2 runs, actually, because it took me nights. May I tell you, it took me nights, and I kind of actually was really frustrated off of this run. It took me nights to just go for it, and still succeed to fail for no saves. But anyhow. So that guy's obviously a Crimson Head, judging by the noise in the audio. I came back later and finished him off with some other bullets. I think I used a dagger again, but maybe I used the handgun, honestly. Makes perfect sense if I did. Alright, so we're gonna go this way in order to trigger the hunters in this one area. There's actually hunters in this area, basically, in case you didn't know. So we want to run to the bathroom, and upon running to the bathroom, we're going to actually go ahead and equip the lock launcher and the acid shells. Also, I'm just going to solve this puzzle real quick. This is going to take quite a sec. But yeah, there's hunters in this area. In case you didn't know, through visuals, why I never go in this area in my other walkthroughs. Just grab the key, but we gotta run into the bathroom. We gotta hope that old controls does not fuck over as we're running into the bathroom. I had to pay attention to the audio here. Hope that this guy is dead. But when the sound gives off the clue that that guy's dead, I just go for the shots, basically. And just take out that guy, but overall, though, that's basically, like, right about it, actually. That's actually about it, really, for that hunter. For those two enemies, that's basically game done. For the second hunter, really what you want to do, honestly, overall, is just sit by that other side of the door, but you gotta hope that the old controls kind of doesn't really fuck you over as you're getting out of there. Because sometimes that actually does happen. Sometimes you might actually fuck up on movement as you're hitting straight into that other door. And also, like a dumbass, I completely grabbed jerry can oil field, besides forgetting to grab the other mold disc. So I had to run all the way back. All the way fucking back. All the way back. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, yeah, playing Resident Evil Remake without auto-aim on Real Survivor mode is actually quite fun. It's just actually not that fun to do it without auto-aim, really. I mean, well, do kill all without auto-aim, is what I meant to say, my bad. Yeah, so Mansion 2 was actually pretty short. A little bit short. So now we're gonna hit all the way back to the guardhouse so we can go and gun down a little bit of number of enemies. That's basically about it. Now that we got the key, we can just leave. Honestly, that's just done. I could have just went to that door there and just used the key, the balustrade key right there on that door, and just grab the shock shells and the defense items, honestly, in that room. But whatever. Screw it, doesn't really matter. So coming up here, this guy is now Crimson Head. Just going ahead and take him out. And then for this next guy, he's gonna basically be ready to attack you immediately once you enter the room. So keep a fair awareness that that guy is just already gonna attack you. So you gotta be quick, like super quick, because he attacks way too quickly. Put the shotgun again. Well, it seems as though I guessed I burned that guy earlier, and I'm just realizing the ponding that I actually burned that guy, I guess. Oh wait, I actually decapitated that guy, never mind, oops. I didn't burn him, because I didn't have the lighter at the time in the cream fluid. So, now that we have the crank in our inventory, we're just gonna take the battery pack and all that type of stuff and take it with us. And let's go start the catacombs. Really. We still got enough grenade rounds for some hunters. We're still doing good on, like, real grenade round ammo, but shotgun shell ammo is kind of suffering. Honestly, I can't come back. I can't really imagine doing this with tank controls. Really, personally, with this game, because that is just way too hard as well. It gives off an extra challenge though, but not really the easiest thing to do, especially. Because I really rather not tilt a lot while I'm running away from enemies. It's like the D-pad is like normally the thing I use for that, but like when I need to spin around, like do like a quick 180 or a 480 on an enemy, that's normally like really what it's worth for. It's just having your ult controls being from the stick in the D-pad, really. I'm just trying to find ways to talk, guys. Hope I'm not boring you. Yeah, shut up for right now. Just picking up these handgun bullets for extra resources, really. Just to be safe. Even though I'm not gonna really use them, I think. I guess. I picked them up anyway, and I didn't really use them. Because what else was I was gonna use the handgun on? Because I'm not using them on hunters or zombies like that no more. Cue cutscenes.
Is that you, Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Stop! Are you with anybody, Jill?
No, but why?
The stars are finished. Someone is a traitor. Umbrella set us up.
Enrico!
Traitor? Who?
His name used to be Enrico, but now his name is Enrico. I totally stole that joke from Carcinogen Estate. Shout out to him. Alright. So this hunter is popping up here. We're just going to immediately put the locker on rounds. I mean, the explosive rounds. You could just run around him if you don't really feel like killing him. You're not really trying to kill all, but you could just run around him. He generally will just scream like an idiot. The hunters and the calicones are just gonna scream like dumbasses, and really, you could just run right around these idiots. Really, they're not that bad to run around. But this room sort of is a little bit scary, sort of. Personally, I think it's a little bit scary after my once attempt on hardcore to do no death run here. No save, no death. Unfortunately, that acid shell killed that other hunter as well too, as I was blasting that second acid shell at that other hunter. But I personally prefer to kill these guys sometimes, if I feel like it. Because sometimes these guys can just be straight up outright jerks. So, pretty sure really we're not going to need cream fluid for the rest of the game. Rather, honestly, just going to grab the Magnum. If I can find the Magnum somewhere through here, here it is. I failed to grab it. Thank you. Then after that, we'll just grab the yeah, but we don't need to do any more ranging until we're actually completely 100% done with our inventory for the rest of the game. So I took the Magnum just because we have to go fight Black Tiger. Black Tiger is a fucking asshole enemy, but there's a setup that I use 100% of the time to take out Black Tiger, really. Let's hope we get the good pattern, but there's a pattern you get where he'll lunge or acid spit. We'd rather get the one with the lunge instead of the acid spit, because sometimes the acid spit one is kind of actually. But what you need to do in order to bait out his first attack is run straight through the door. But inside acid spit, if he does that, we're just going to kind of sit around his core a little bit in order to avoid his acid roar from knocking us down. Oh, wow. That was actually scary. I thought I was about to get destroyed at that last moment, but anyhow. But of course you gotta keep running around in circles until eventually, yeah, eventually you just basically get around him. It's not really worth it as attack any of the rather the rest of the spiders in the room, because they instantly just keep respawning, honestly. So I honestly prefer to not attack none of them, because Black Tiger is the only one I personally prefer to kill. Sorry, my mic there. But Black Tiger is the only one I personally prefer to kill. There. Just kill Black Tiger and just leave the room and despawn all the spiders. If you kill all those other spiders, then, you know, of course, it's like the baby spiders. The baby spiders have iframes, by the way. You can't kill them. Just like, they have way too many iframes. It's actually not really possible to kill them. You can step on them, but they can poison you if you step on them sometimes, so it's like actually like really difficult. Don't even go for it. It's not worth it. If I do run out of grenades here, really all I do need to do really is just use the Magnum as a backup strat. The Magnum is the best backup strat in order to get around the kill the hunters here, really. It's not a big deal if you run out of grenade rounds, because all you're really just doing, honestly, is just not really going for too much at that point. But you'd rather see the Magnum for Black Tiger. Black Tiger is not worth it to fight with the shotgun. And if you get the back pattern, the shotgun route is actually gonna fuck you over. Specifically, the route with Chris is normally what I like to use the shotgun on. Just make this puzzle a lot easier. We're just going to push this one backwards. Have better options on this puzzle. Oh yeah, fun fact. Black Tiger is actually named after an arcade game in Capcom that Capcom made. And it's basically a old game though, but it's like a arcade game where some guys just throwing out daggers and stuff. So Capcom named Black Tiger after another game, basically. And Yawn is another fun fact. Yawn is actually the reason why people call Yawn Yawn is because actually that he actually looks like he's yawning, or she looks like it's yawning. Like, no, seriously, like, I'm dead serious. Yawn actually does look like he's yawning and stuff when you look at his face. So it's actually a kind of funny thing to know. Oh, I never did notice that there was like I never did notice at first that Yawn was named Yawn because he looks like he's yawning. It's making him yawning. Hope my yawn is not too contagious. It's contagious. We actually didn't even need to use the item box there. Could have just used it after we got done solving this puzzle. Also, I didn't unlock the locker launcher in this playthrough. Figures by the timing of the video, obviously. I never really was gonna go for the lock launcher anyhow. Go watch my other walkthroughs if you want to learn how to unlock the lock launcher, though. So, the puzzle here, the Newman rules, in order to solve this puzzle, is that all you have to do is just press 4, 2, 3, like, 1. It goes by Newman rules. But that's... Yes! And stuff. So basically, just keep that in mind, that's how you solve the puzzle.
Jill!
Barry? Thank God you're safe.
You too, Jill. A noise I heard brought me down here, but I didn't expect to find a place like this. Have any idea as to what might be at the bottom?
There's only one way to find out.
What the hell is that sound? It could be a person. Jill, go check it out. We had enough surprises for one day. I'll stay here and secure our escape route in case something happens.
Okay.
So for Lisa here, she teleports on depending on which camera angle you change first in these two angles right here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna trigger that other camera angle and then run this way towards this door. And by doing that, Lisa will just outright skip us. There's two patterns and ways you could do this, but it's actually that simple. You just gotta figure out which way you're gonna exit out the room, basically, and then just color grade on how you can get out the room the old-fashioned way. Or you can just continue on taking the long way around, but sometimes if you fuck up on camera angles, she will fucking hit you if you spawn her in the wrong camera angle. Is sort of a good question. What is this place actually really like? The WB area, basically. Like, what did like Umbrella really did with this place actually? Because they didn't really like explain this in any other games. You can even look at the Outbreak games, and they touch up on more of the Resident Evil 2 lab, but they don't really touch up on like what happened down here really. Like, it's actually interesting that this place is like one of the most Resident Evil areas. That actually doesn't really make any sense to be here. I think this is just like a testing area, really. Because like, you never find any files down here. You just find like a big ass spider and a couple of hunters. You don't really see any zombies. Also, we're gonna trigger that camera angle down here, there, and you also encounter Lisa right there. It's like, were they like doing more testing on Lisa when they were like fucking her over with her family?
Barry!
So, Barry has just, left us. Really, either way, though, we're on our own at that point. For this point forward. Even though we've been on our own for a long ass time. So we're gonna trigger that camera angle right there, and here's what we really are gonna really just straight up do, basically, since we trigger that camera angle right there, is just ring around the rosy, basically, and Lisa will outright go that way instead of coming the other way, basically. She'll take a long time to turn around, though, overall. Just pull the lever, put the flame forward in, and then just straight up leave. That's really about it. So we got 3 or 5 snakes. I can't really remember so much how many are over here, but we're gonna take them out with a shotgun here. Even though I could have simply just taken them out with a handgun, but I actually opted to not do so. When you hear that much of sound of water sounds of snakes, just like I think there's like about 3 or 4 snakes. That's really about it. In this session. Also, we don't really get poisoned for the rest of the game, by the way, because we kill Black Tiger. Black Tiger was like the only enemy that can poison us. So we don't need to pick up those blue herbs. Either way, that's basically it for the WB area. There's not really hunters we have to deal with for the rest of the game. Pretty much over here, but so because we don't have any hunters to deal with, we're just gonna use some acid rounds and grenade rounds to kill the zombies. And these guys are dead. No tracking, they're dead. Man, that was a long pause. Wander right back in the mansion and grab the last items and leave the mansion permanently. Those are like the last zombies outside, well, really around the mansion. Just have to free up inventory space and go straight to the room here and unlock the door. So there's some more shotgun shells, but we're not gonna pick that up because if we do, then we have to go back to the item box. Backtrack ways and ways just to get to another item box because that one door we went through was actually now broken. So I was sort of debating if I want to pick up these shotgun shells, if this was gonna be enough to combine with the inventory here, but of course, such obvious reasons that was not actually enough, so I go on ahead and get rid of that last acid shell, that acid shell right there. because we're not even going to need to use any acid rounds for the rest of the game, really, so... Oh yeah, like I said, I forgot to mention about those other last zombies that was naked. Just like the ones in the graveyard, they don't come back as princess either. Because they're in the graveyard, and they're naked. So, they're not coming back anytime soon. So, yeah, now that we have gotten literally every item and killed literally every fucking trash bag enemy, we are pretty much done. Here goes the yawn. But the last true enemy here in the mansion is this dog right here. You gotta go ahead and get rid of him. There's only one dog that busts through this door. If you're lucky enough, you can just wax his head off with the Magnum. That's about it. I recommend just waxing his fucking head off with the Magnum. Sometimes he'll just jump like an asshole and Nerf bullet dodge, that type of stuff. Do that dumb Nerf bullet jump in the air and just like backflip and hit you. Like shoot him, it's like you won't even have enough time. So you gotta get lucky, honestly. I don't even think that attack is dodgeable. Like I've never seen anybody have ever. It's like I think what happens is that she'll just lock into animation where she can't even avoid it. But of course, before this segment, I really need to start getting better at my routing, because we need to go take out some birds, some feather asshole birds. They're actually called crows, but oh, my bad. Actually, I accidentally dropped my controller. That was by accident. Oops. I did not mean to exit out the main menu there. That was actually by accident. Oops, my bad. Kenneth is still there. You know, I actually am interested in how is Kenneth up to this point not a zombie, or not even a Crimson Head. It's actually pretty interesting. Anywho, so for the birds here, the birds are pretty much jerks, so we're gonna take a lot of damage on taking them out. But what I like to sometimes do as I'm taking the birds out is to try to line some of them up, basically, so I can get rid of some of them. And try to run out the area, but of course the old controls did not actually, save me in time. Of course, this bird was just actually randomly nerf bullying Sponge, spawning in a bad position in the area. Okay, so those birds are now dead. No flapping sound. They're gone. They're done. We're good. We're good to go. Now that those birds are dead, we're just going to hit all the way back to the other side of the graveyard. Yawn number 3. So the birds don't really aggro on you as long as you don't attack them, but I'm trying to find a way I can group some birds up together so I can instantly take out two grouped up crows kind of actually a little bit. But seems like this would kind of actually have to do for now. Okay, well it sort of worked. Just gotta back up immediately, start running for it. That bird almost got me. That was actually scary, almost. This one was a complete fucker. He got me immediately. Sometimes you do keep running, sometimes birds... the birds kind of actually sometimes suck at turning. That's like the one thing that birds tend to suck to do, is they don't really be good at turning. Like I had an iframe right there, that was actually bullshit. Anywho. That's it. That's it for all the birds. We're basically done. Not sure how many birds there were in that process of that decap traps. Probably like 15 birds. No. So it'd have to be like probably like about 7. I'm not sure how many birds I killed there. I might have to go back and check, but actually never mind, fuck that. I don't really give a shit. That's all the birds. Anywho. So all I know is I'm gonna have to do a lot of editing after this. And I mean a lot. So we're gonna grab an ink ribbon and yeah, just go ahead and save. We're done. We can finally save. After all that time of routing, I mean of going back and forth. So I'm kind of actually trying to check if I have enough supplies of ammo, but obviously just because you have enough supplies does not mean so much. Really. It really doesn't. This will be the last save for the rest of the game, pretty much. Yep. So this is where you can get to decide on which ending you want to get or not. Basically, the betrayal or truth ending. We're still
Jill,
saving.
you're alive. I was worried, because I thought you were...
Start talking.
Calm down. I didn't want to do it. Believe me, I can explain.
Don't lie to me!
No time to talk. Jill, hand me my gun! Thanks, Jill.
So we're just gonna give Barry his Magnum back, basically just to have him help us out during this fight right here. But we want Lisa to kind of actually jump right here. Sometimes if she doesn't jump, that means we're gonna a little bit of a problem here. But however, we gotta hope for the best that oh wait, that's interesting. Barry actually, shockingly, believe it or not, Barry actually knocked her down here and he did a little lucky RNG Magnum cluster shot. That was actually quite interesting. But we gotta keep her busy with Barry, so Barry can keep her distracted, but we gotta hope for the best she doesn't randomly decide to shoot Barry during the fight. I went the suicide route by letting Lisa, by just pushing the calicorns off and stuff. There's no point of shooting Lisa. You could try to knock her down there yourself by using your guns, but I only do that in safety runs. Very safety runs, not really in co-op runs. Especially just because it takes way too much ammo to just knock her down consistently without her being a complete asshole most of the time. Because sometimes, if you're not paying attention to Barry, she'll knock down Barry off of the pedestal, and you kind of actually can't really do anything about it at that point. Or probably just knock you down the pedestal. It depends on what happens. She might even knock both of you. You just don't want to be standing to the edge a lot, especially the fact that Barry's going to be sitting to the edge most of the time in the fight. But sometimes you might get a lucky RNG during that fight, and it's always great RNG. It's always a good day when you get good RNG during a Lisa fight. But most of the time you gotta bait her around the room, have her jump sometimes, you might have to bait out a dodge, and sometimes she slowly reacts to the dodge. That makes it thinks that, okay, she's not gonna attack, so I might as well run around her, but then she's just gonna be sure to hit you. It's absolute luck sometimes with Lisa, sometimes you're in that counter. So because we have the Magnum, I actually prefer to go on ahead and see if I can get lucky decaps on these guys. Actually, that was absolutely scary because I fucked up the decap, but doesn't matter. Still got wreckable decaps on that guy when I missed that shot, unfortunately. Decapitate him. We're out of mag rounds. So, abort mission was about to happen right about here, but decided to see before I gotten one more chance before I decided to go for a non-decap. See if I can get a little lucky shotgun shell in the crit of that guy. And it worked. There's a defense item right near his body. Just go ahead and pick that up. There'll also be some more Magnum rounds coming up into this room here. Magnum rounds are going to be more useful for the Tyrant fight at the end of the game. Next file is right over here. Just pick this up. Solution to this is John. No, not that. I meant to put John and Ada. We log into the email. So for the next part here, for the passwords, in order to look through one of the maps around the doors, you have to put in cell. And this one doesn't really have a password, you just sign into it instantly, no matter what. Then after that, we could just straight up leave. Now that we unlock all the doors, fortunately. I thought I can come here first, though, just because I thought that, you know, I had some ammo to spare. Even though I wasn't really supposed to come here at all yet. Seems like this is gonna be another trip to the item box, right about here. There's a file right here. I think this is like the second before last file in the game. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention so much like that. So that was like the last file in the game we could pick up. There'll be a mode disc right here. Just pick this up. I'm sorry if I'm not commenting so much like that. I'm actually pretty tired after recording 1,500 segments and failing them 1,000 times in a row. So I'm actually losing a lot of energy from this segment. But there's a file like right around here. Actually, no, there's no. It's this section that has the file actually right here. And I think this is the last file in the game. I think that's like about it for all the files. But so because we have the Kenneth tape, we can actually examine with this right about here.
Get away from me! No! Hey! No!
It's hard to imagine if Kenneth was getting tickled to death or he was getting eaten to death by a zombie, because that's what it kind of sounded like almost. But anywho, so we'll use the tape right here, the record tape. And we'll just explore right here. Oh wait, what? Oh no. Oh no. No, this doesn't make sense. Oh no, Wesker. Oh no, Wesker didn't. No. No, no, no. So there's some shotgun shells right about here, and we're gonna climb through this whole vent, and we're gonna go all the way over here, so the Chimera doesn't randomly decide to hit us out of the way. Jumping down there, and the Chimera will be... I'm just gonna wait for the auto to connect on in order to pick out the Chimera here. First, that shot did not kill the Chimera there. That actually panicked me. So we'll put the second mode disc right here in order to get best ending. Then there will be spark trick around, we could just pick this up. And upon pushing this, there will be a Chimera ready to jump out of the holes right here. Just waiting for him to pop up. So Chimeras are pretty easy to take out. They're probably one of the harmless enemies in the game, personally, to just take out, as long as you're not fucking around with them. But the only time they're a threat is when they put their head down on the ground. That's normally when they're a threat, because they go turbo at that point. But Chimeras are actually probably one of the most easiest enemies to take out. So upon realizing I'm running kind of out on grenades, so... Well, really running out of shotgun shells from just grenades, but because I'm running out of a lot of ammo, I'm just going to go on ahead and pick up these explosive grenades in a safe room. Take that with us. And, go straight to the, outer part of the underground area with the Chimeras. So for right now, we're just gonna take out this one hunter right about here. I had to dodge that shot just because I was a little worried that shot was gonna connect before I even got to the key. So with explosive grenades, besides flame rounds, one explosive grenade will just take out a Chimera sometimes in one shot. But with flame rounds, somehow flame rounds just does not always take out chimeras in one shot for unknown reasons. Which sort of doesn't really make quite a bit of sense. So now that the path is completely clear, we can get the nitroglycerin and just hit all the way back to the Chimera session now that we got the tube for the nitroglycerin. As long as we're not running, we're walking. Pretty easy that way. So now that we put the nitroglycerin back, we are going to go on ahead and seek out these hunters here. I mean, these chimeras here. There's like 3 chimeras in this room right here. Chimeras are like the only enemies, unfortunately, that we got that we don't really have to worry about so much. Chimeras in this game are actually a lot better to deal with than they are in the original game. Because this time they don't have millions of iframes on every single frame. Almost every single frame. It makes it very difficult to take them out. Their attacks are wide, but and they're easy to dodge. Had to listen to the audio to see it when the next chimera is coming out. There's like 8 chimeras, I think, in this room here. Just waiting for the audio. Because I don't hear the sound, that means they're basically gone, really. Don't gotta worry about that much. So we're gonna go this way, and this chimera is gonna jump out of here. He's just forgetting where he's supposed to go, but of course he jumped there like a true douchebag. But I saw him went on the roof though anyway, and I took advantage of him grabbing me in order to take out this straight up jerk. But they still have that bullshit attack where they jump on the roof when you shoot them. There's like 3 chimeras for this room. Next chimera popping out right now. Dodge him, just spank him. I haven't been using so much spanking strats like that with these chimeras, because sometimes I tend to forget that. So all the chimeras in the whole game are all, well, not really all, never mind, forget what I said. They're not all dead, there's just like 2 more we have to deal with. But that's on the way out of the facility here, really.
Jill!
Barry,
You could have at least waited up for me, you know?
let's go.
Yeah, there's some shotgun shells right there, in case you didn't wonder.
Wesker!
Thank you, Barry.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, don't blame Barry for everything. I hear that his better half and 2 lovely daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
Wesker, you're pathetic.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Smart girl. But I think you misunderstand me. The things you mention are nothing. I'll burn all of them along with this entire laboratory. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry.
You gotta love Barry. He must really be afraid of Umbrella.
You and Umbrella took his family, you bastard.
Oh!
Umbrella? Well, I used some carrots and sticks to cow him, but it had nothing to do with Umbrella. I just used Barry for my personal interests. Though both you and Barry seem to think I was following Umbrella's orders.
What? What are you planning?
I guess it's time for show and tell. It's magnificent.
For the sake of this thing.
You know, I hate goodbyes.
Barry!
Forgive me.
No, you're not to blame. It's Umbrella and Wesker.
Even if it meant my family, I couldn't bear turning my back on my friends again.
Shit!
Jill and Barry together. In hell.
You want a piece of me?
What? Premature.
No, Barry! You viral cultured freak!
I really don't get why he thought running towards the tyrant was gonna do something. So yeah, Super Tyrant's used to take out here. Just use the Magnum if you feel like it, or you could just use some shotgun shells. It takes like about 6 shotgun shells, I guess.
Barry! Barry! You're okay.
Jill, sorry. That was careless of me. Wesker.
He's gone.
First, let's just get out of here.
I decided to do a little quick detour to see if I can see if I can find a file around here somewhere. Because I had a little bit of a feeling that I was going to miss out on a file in here. But that's really about it, because I'm just smashing like a madman for no reason now up in here. There's a file you can get in here if you go for bad ending.
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing.
Wesker must have set it off. Let's hurry.
Alright, so, coming up next is that we got the last chimeras to go of. So, what we're gonna do is we're going to equip the shotgun here. Actually, it's up to... Yeah, we're gonna equip the shotgun here, but, I somehow, for some unknown reason, decided to trigger both these guys. Kinda actually messed up in here, but I was able to keep them all on crowd control with the shotgun shells here. I guess because they grouped up together, that actually connected to the hitbox and actually managed me to pop off another shot on towards their AI there. But whatever, those chimeras are dead. So with that being said, all the enemies in Resident Evil Remake are all dead. Now we have to kill the Super Tyrant, and that means it's completely it.
Jill!
Chris, you're okay.
Glad to see you are too. Anything on Wesker?
We'll talk later. First, let's get going.
With the 100% Kaliok. If you go back into the room up in here for all scenarios, there will be some shotgun shells waiting for you up in here you can pick up. Just gonna safely take these for Super Tyrant, because I'm running way low on ammo and ammunition. We're literally down to only like 1 mag round and 8 shotgun shells. Sort of not enough. Still gotta keep going. collectible ammo. Really. Just save for the next areas.
Come on, let's go.
All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating.
Also, I forgot to mention this, all the lab coat zombies come back as Crimson Heads, by the way. All the other naked zombies don't really come back as Crimson Heads, so really just those remaining floors right there are normally what comes back as Crimson Heads overall. So, I'm taking a handgun with me, right? And I'm taking some, shotgun shells. Some shotgun shells with me as well, too. Seemed like enough, like, ammo and ammunition, basically, right about here, basically. I actually thought of double checking here, but yeah, that was like about it. Just took handgun for extra backup strats in case something goes wrong.
Come on, come on, hurry!
There's got to be another pickup route for shotgun shells right about here. So we got 12 shotgun shells right there.
This is Brad. I'm running out of fuel. If there's anyone alive, contact me now or just give me a sign. I repeat, this is your last chance.
So we're full of ammo. Still doing good. Doing biggie. The game forces you to leave like one inventory slot because the reason why you have to do that is because you're about to attack them.
3 minutes to detonation.
Damn it! We're almost there! Jill, you just get in contact with Brad.
No!
We can make it. Jill, ladies first.
Chris!
Would you let me have my moments too?
All right. We'll rendezvous at the heliport.
Did I say Magnum? I meant to say rocket launcher. So there's two different strats for the fight here for Super Tyrant. You could use the weight strat if you go watch my visible enemy run. You can figure out how to do that, especially the fact that we have auto aim, so it's going to be a little easier this time, but this time, I go ahead and use the quick strat, basically, because, I kind of actually wanted to get this fight over with, but this is actually a risky strat if you're going to go for it. If you're not going to go for the weight strat and wait for Brad to drop the locker launcher.
Jill!
You made it!
So Barry's in trouble, right? So what we're gonna do is we gotta keep Super Tyrant off of Barry. But here's what we have to do in order to dodge Super Tyrant. Is that we have to dodge Super Tyrant towards the left, and we have to dodge him towards our left, Jill's left, in order to avoid him basically off the bat. He was in a bad position here, so I kind of came in, freaked out a little bit with a panic key here in order to take out Super Tyrant. But that's where we gotta dodge him, is towards that left, right there. Man, it's taking a lot of ammo right over here. He missed. He's dead.
Jill, use it! Kill it, whatever it is!
So now it's a quick straight shot towards lock launcher right about here, but here's the thing. We kind of actually have to hope for the best that Super Tyrant does not lunge at us in a very bad position right here. Because some of the camera angles can just fuck you over while you're trying to pick up the lock launcher or not trying to pick up the lock launcher. It normally takes like, you know, 2 grenades, but 2 lock launcher rounds, but normally it'll just take like about one, really. And that's the end of the game. That was Resident Evil Remake, Kill All, no deaths, and all files of Resident Evil Remake. And Jill. In Jill's run. Now that was a tough cookie. And what best ending on top of that. So that was it. Hope you guys enjoyed that walkthrough right there in order to kill all enemies in the game. I'm actually, pretty much at the moment, very, very busy, honestly, so, by the time this video goes up, this will probably be, like, on Friday, March, so what is today's date? March, so today's Wednesday, on, I forgot the timer. I can't actually look at my phone right now, but however, I think this video will be up probably back around the next Friday after this Friday in February to March 4th, basically. So, however, overall, I think this video will be up by then, or probably maybe some other time. Anywho, thank you all for watching this walkthrough. Please like, comment, and share, and subscribe if you enjoyed this walkthrough and it was helpful for you. Watch this video to the end, by the way, so you can actually understand a lot of some of the new game some of the strategies for the new game run. And not just that, if you feel like checking out my socials, I'm actually on Snapchat and Twitter, so I'll link my socials in the comment section below. And that's really about it. I'm gonna stop talking because I actually have nothing to talk about. I'm very bored. I mean, not very bored, I'm very tired. So, have a great day, everybody. Outro, outzone.
Jill, you did a fine job.
6 saves, 2 mat sprays, and yeah, just a lot of ammo, really. That's really about it. Anywho, well, survivor mode is unlocked. You got this random key that's useless as shit, and now you got a samurai edge, which is still useless as shit, but didn't really unlock the lock launcher in this playthrough. And that's about it. See y'all next time.